Thank you very much for seeing me twice today. It's going to be quite an important signing, so we thought we'd let you watch. If we could, I'd ask Will to explain the first, but really more importantly, explain the second, and we'll start signing. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Just two items for your signature today. The first is the formal commission appointing Chris Rochelot to be the Deputy Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration.
Right.
And since the commissioner position since the administrator position is currently vacant, he will act as the administrator since he's now been appointed deputy.
And he's a very capable guy.
Extremely experienced in aviation and highly regarded in the industry and in government.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Second, for your signature, we have a presidential memorandum titled Immediate Assessment of Aviation Safety. In light of the damage done to aviation safety by the Biden administration's DEI and woke policies, what this presidential memorandum orders is for your Secretary of Transportation and FAA Administrator, in this case acting FAA Administrator, to basically ensure that we are actively undoing all of that damage, that we are assessing how much damage was done, and that we're ensuring that people hired within the FAA, in keeping with your memorandum of January 21st, are only the most outstanding, capable people for the jobs that they are being hired into.
In other words, competence.
Yes, sir. Elevating competence over everything else instead of the DEI policies that were pursued by the Biden administration.
I think everyone understands that. And Obama.
Yes.
Both of them. Okay, but Biden much worse. Not even a contest. What they've done is just crazy in so many other ways. Okay?
Mr. President, to be clear, are you saying race or gender played a role in this tragedy?
It may have. I don't know. Incompetence might have played a role. We'll let you know that. But we want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And, you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
Mr. President, there's long been concerns about the amount of congestion out of DCA Airport. Do you think that there's too many flights coming out of that airport?
No, I think we need very smart people running the flights and doing it. You know, the ones that aren't good, when they'll either do one of two things. They'll have too many coming in and they can't handle it, or they'll have the people waiting up in the air, which everyone's been caught in that situation, and circling the airports for an hour, and that's no good either.
Mr. President, are you aware?
Military helicopter training flights that are flying around National Airport all the time, what's your view? Should they be rolled back?
It's fine if they're in the right locations and if they're not at the same levels. I mean, if a plane coming in is at 300 feet or 400 feet and a helicopter's training at 300 or 400 feet, why wouldn't they be up 500 feet higher? So I certainly want, and that to a certain extent is the air traffic controller. Wait, please, wait just a second.
You feel like what happened last night was preventable?
I do, yeah. Oh, absolutely. And obviously, that was something that should not have happened. And we're not going to let it happen again. Yes, please.
Mr. President, on a slightly different subject, on your Canada and Mexico tariffs, will oil be included or excluded from those tariffs?
So we'll be announcing the tariffs on Canada and Mexico for a number of reasons. Number one is the people that have poured into our country so horribly and so much. Number two are the drugs, fentanyl, and everything else that have come into the country. And number three are the massive subsidies that we're giving to Canada and to Mexico in the form of deficits. And I'll be putting the tariff of 25% on Canada and separately 25% on Mexico. And we will really have to do that because we have very big deficits with those countries. Those tariffs may or may not rise with time.
It will oil be part of that, though, because we get oil from Canada.
Oil is going to have nothing to do with it as far as I'm concerned. Oil has nothing to do with it.
Mr. President, you said
Regarding
incompetence.
Guantanamo Bay, you want 30,000 new beds there. Is there a possibility that will increase, or is 30,000 the
It could increase, yes.
What would be the maximum?
It depends, but countries that won't take back their criminals that they sent into us, they sent them to us. They put them into the caravans, and they came in. As sure as you're standing there, they were sent by those countries. Then they're going to be met very harshly with sanctions, etc.
And when are you hoping to have Guantanamo Bay, this new facility, up and running?
It'll be up pretty quickly.
How much do you think it's going to cost?
Not very much. A lot of the structure is already there, as you know.
Mr. President, you said that incompetence may have played a role. Are you aware of any performance issues or disciplinary actions that were taken against anyone who was working the tower last night or flying the plane?
No, and I hope that's not the case in this case, but certainly over the years it's been the case. And it's the case with respect to close calls, and it's the case with respect to circling for hours on end. Planes circle a lot, and they circle because the people bringing them down, these people that have to be very, very smart, and it's not based on anything other than the brain. We need the smartest people. We need both psychologically smart and just brilliant, period. And we are going to have them in our control towers. We are going to have the most competent people in the country in our control towers, not people that are there for any other reason.
Mr. President, you said that you envision sending the 80-something thousand IRS agents hired under Biden to the border. What role do you see them playing?
Well, we'll see. I mean, I may do that, or I may use different people, but we're going to send more. We're going to give the Border Patrol some help. Although now, if you look, they've taken in the lowest number since my administration. The numbers are very low. And at that level, we don't need so much help. People know not to come, because if they come, they're not going to make it in, and they're going to be shipped out.
Mr. President, Egypt's president and the King of Jordan have both said that they won't take in displaced people from Gaza like you suggested. Is there anything you can do to make them do that? I mean, tariffs against those countries, for example?
They will do it. They will do it.
What makes you say that?
They're going to do it. Okay? We do a lot for them, and they're going to do it.
Mr. President, you've offered over 2 million federal workers the option to resign immediately. There are 50,000 FAA employees. Does this tragedy give you reason to reconsider that option of resignations because of concerns about staffing issues on airline safety?
If people aren't coming to work, if they're not going to come into the office and report as per the date that you know what it is, everybody knows what the date is, it's been very well documented, then they're going to be terminated.
You're not concerned, though, that if many people take that offer, there could be shortages that could lead to
Then they'll
safety
be
issues.
replaced with very competent people. We have a lot of competent people in this country.
Have you spoken to any of the families of the victims of the plane crash?
I don't want to comment on that.
Do you have a plan to go visit the site or meet with any of the
I have
first
a plan
responders?
to visit, not the site, because what did you tell me? What's the site? The water?
Or to meet
Want
with the
me to go
first
swimming?
responders down there?
I don't have a plan to do that, but I will be meeting with some people that were very badly hurt with their family member, obviously, but I'll be meeting with some of the families, yeah.
On birthright citizenship, sir, do you believe that there are 5 votes on the Supreme Court that would uphold your position?
On what?
5 votes on the Supreme Court.
What
that would-
position?
Birthright citizenship.
I think so, yeah. Look, birthright citizenship was, if you look back when this was passed and made, that was meant for the children of slaves. This was not meant for the whole world to come in and pile into the United States of America, everybody coming in, and totally unqualified people with perhaps unqualified children. This wasn't meant for that. This was meant, when it was originally done, for the children of slaves. And that was a very good and noble thing to do, and I'm in favor of that 100%. But it wasn't meant for the entire world to occupy the United States.
So you don't see it requiring a constitutional amendment that would be...
I just think that we'll end up winning that court in the Supreme Court. I think we're going to win that case, and I look forward to winning it. This has been going on. We're at that level. We're the only country in the world that does this. There's no other country at this level. There's no other country in the world that does it. It's crazy.
Mr. President, if you have 64 people lost their lives last night, if you aren't confident that DEI had any role, why bring it up?
Well, all I'm talking about is competence. And we want in the in that particular position, we have to have the most competent people in our country because we're talking about lives. Now, it may or may not have had to do, but I don't like the fact that the helicopter was at the exact same level as the airplane. The helicopter should have been 1,000 feet or 500 feet above it or something below it. The plane was at 300 to 400 feet, or the plane should have been stopped because the helicopter could have stopped. The plane can't be stopped, but the plane was on a schedule that was, it was along a track. They call it a track. And it's the same track that every other plane's used for many years. It was going down and landing. And the helicopter got in its way. And if the helicopter was higher or lower or stopped or turning left or turning right at a quicker time, I mean, it turned, but it turned when it was too late. A tragic story. So, I don't know, do you blame it on the air traffic controller too, in addition to the pilots? Maybe the pilot's fault, they should have seen it. I would have thought they should have seen it because it was a plane that was loaded up with lights and everybody, you can see it from Kennedy Center, you can see it very easily. So all I want is the most competent people in our country to be air traffic controllers. It's a very important position, and other positions too, by the way. We're not only talking about that, but air traffic controllers, maybe in particular. They have to be brilliant with computers, brilliant with graphics. They have to be psychologically really, really smart. And, there are a lot of people that wouldn't be able to do that.
Were there any signs of foul
about
play?
tariffs on Canada and Mexico, 25%. That's coming on Saturday?
That's coming on the first Saturday.
But no oil tariffs.
No, I don't. Well, I didn't say that. You said that. No.
Well, I don't want to misinterpret.
No, we may or may not. We're going to make that determination probably tonight on oil. Yeah, because they send us oil. We'll see. It depends on what the price is. If the oil is properly priced, if they treat us properly, which they don't. Look, Mexico and Canada have never been good to us on trade. They've treated us very unfairly on trade. And we will be able to make that up very quickly because we don't need the products that they have. We have all the oil you need. We have all the trees you need, meaning the lumber. We have more than almost anybody in those two categories. In oil, we have more than anybody, and we don't need anybody's trees. We have to free up some of the tree areas that we have. We have great lumber in this country. We have to free them up environmentally, which I can do very quickly. But we don't need what they have. And for us to be subsidizing Canada to the tune of $175 billion a year and subsidizing Mexico to the tune of $250 billion, $300 billion a year, and Mexico is a method of China sending in its product. And with China, I'm also thinking about something because they're sending fentanyl into our country, and because of that, they're causing us hundreds of thousands of deaths. So China is going to end up paying a tariff also for that, and we're in the process of doing that. We'll make that determination what it's going to be, but China has to stop sending fentanyl into our country and killing our people.
Mr. President, Israeli media has reported that conversations between Netanyahu's government and the White House have signaled that the U.S. may be about to pull its troops out of Syria. Have you made a decision to
I don't know who said that. I don't know who said that, but we'll make a determination on that. We're not involved in Syria. Syria's its own mess. They got enough messes over there. They don't need us involved in every one.
Mr. President, was there a shortage of staff at the control tower at DCA last night you're aware of?
Well, that's part of competence right there. They shouldn't have that happen. Right there is what I'm talking about. Competence would be you're not going to have a shortage. But if you had the right people, you wouldn't need as many people either.
Do you know if there was a shortage last night or not?
I don't know. No, I don't know. You're telling me something.
Mr. President, you said earlier today that you had not spoken to Putin about this. When was the last time that you spoke with him? And has President Xi responded to your ask to help put pressure to end the war in Ukraine?
I won't comment on either of them, but we're doing very well with regard to both.
There are some reports that Xi might ask of you, in order to give that help, pressure to disavow potential Taiwan independence. Is that something that you would ever do?
We never discussed it.
You had said earlier that we would get more details about the victims on the plane. Can you give more on that now?
I have a lot of details, but It's something that'll be released to you also at the appropriate time. No, I have the full details.
There were a lot of young people potentially.
People, great athletes, great skaters. Very sad situation from numerous countries. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
They want to give you these. Oh, wow.
Best man win. Oh, action.
Let's fucking go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the MGM Grand here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as Premier Boxing Champions get you set for our final press conference for what is sure to be a stacked pay-per-view card. Saturday, February 1st, it will be headlined by two of the sport's most exciting young stars going toe-to-toe in the primes of their career. But before we talk about David Benavidez and David Morrell, who will be here a little bit later on, about their fight at T-Mobile Arena, we are going to meet some of the fighters that are a part of the loaded undercard. Now, before we get to the pay-per-view, we have a pair of matchups being streamed live via free access on Prime Video, and it all begins at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific. Kicking off that action will be on Prime Video is the WBA #1 middleweight contender, Yoeli Feliciano Hernandez, taking on the all-action contender, Angel Ruiz. And that will be followed by the undefeated Argentine Olympian, Mirko Cuello, as he battles Mexican contender, Christian Olivo, in the featherweight showdown. Then, after those prelims, we move on to our stacked PBC pay-per-view event on Prime Video, and it features 4 matchups that begins at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific. Opening up the action will be rising Mexican star in Jesus Mono Ramos Jr. as he goes up against the former unified champion, Jason Rosario, in a 10-round middleweight bout. Then, the pay-per-view also features the very popular all-Mexican showdown as former world champion Isaac Pitbull Cruz faces the hard-charging contender Angel Fierro in a super lightweight duel. And then, our co-main event will see a rematch of one of 2021's best fights of that year as WBC featherweight world champion Brandon the Heartbreaker Figueroa defends his world title against the former unified champion Stephen Fulton Jr. In addition to the pay-per-view being available for purchase on Prime Video in the US, UK, and now Canada, regardless of Prime membership, fans will be able to continue to access the telecast through traditional cable and satellite outlets as well as ppv.com. Tickets are also available through AXS.com. The event is promoted by Samson Boxing, Warriors Boxing, TGB Promotions, and Mayweather Promotions. And of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors that are a part of Fight Week. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Sponsored by El Mexicano brand products, bringing authentic sabor to your table. Somos El Mexicano. And brought to you by the film Last Breath. Make every breath count, starring Woody Harrelson. Only in theaters February 28th. All right, now I will turn things over before we get to our fighters to the man that has been integral to helping put this pay-per-view event together. Please help me welcome President of TGB Promotions, Mr. Tom Brown.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Well, we're thrilled to be here promoting another PBC mega fight here at the T-Mobile in Las Vegas, Nevada. And make no mistake about it, Las Vegas is the fight capital of the world. It's the undisputed fight capital of the world. There's nothing like experiencing a big fight week in Vegas. It's easy to get to, and there's always something to do during fight week. Now, we've got a great card put together with some very exciting fighters, all in very, very tough fights. As Miguel said, we opened the pay-per-view portion of the card with the young 23-year-old rising Mexican star, Jesus Ramos, taking on the former unified world champion, Jason Rosario. Samson just told me this is going to be a fight of the year candidate. But it's going to be a great fight. And the winner of this fight will be in line, hopefully, to fight for a world title before the end of the year. And then from there, we move in to everybody's favorite fighter, fan favorite, fan-friendly, Pitbull Cruz in an all-Mexican shootout with Angel Ferrero. You know, we always hear people talk about a big fight, a fight in a phone booth. Well, this is that fight. These two fighters will not take a step back. It's a throwback style fight to the great all-Mexican wars we used to get in the old days at the Grand Olympic or at the Great Western Forum, where when a fight ended, even before a decision was announced, fans would be throwing money and coins into the ring, applauding the great performance by the two fighters. And if you remember, someone would scoop all the money up in a hat, bring it back to the fighters, and they divide it up back in the dressing room after the fight. Well, that's the type of fight that this is. So everyone bring a lot of cash to this fight because these kids are going to earn that bonus. And then from there, we move into the semi-main, the rematch between Brandon Figueroa and Stephen Fulton. It was a razor-thin decision in the first fight. It was a Fight of the Year candidate. And I think I heard Fulton say it earlier this week. They're going to pick up right in round 13. And I believe this will be another candidate for a Fight of the Year. So it's just a tremendous card. Looking forward to seeing everyone Saturday night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom. And now let's meet our first fighter, coming in with a record of 18 victories, 13 by knockout, opposite of 3 defeats and 1 draw. He is a native of Culiacan, Sinaloa, Mexico. He has faced an unbeaten fighter or a former champion in 5 of his last 6 outings. Please help me welcome Angel Ruiz.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you for this opportunity to PBC. It's gonna be a great fight, Mexico versus Cuba, and I expect nothing but the best from my opponent. And well, thank you for this great opportunity, and you guys will see a badass fight. Thank you.
All right, now we welcome his opponent that will be on those prelims. He comes in undefeated, 6 victories, all 6 wins by knockout. He's originally from Camagüey, Cuba, and now fighting out of Miami. He returns to the ring in 2025 after fighting 4 times last year. He is extremely impressive, looking to take over the middleweight division. Here is Yoenli Feliciano Hernandez.
Muchas gracias. Una buena pelea México-Cuba. Vengo por segunda vez aquí a Las Vegas y vengo por mi victoria.
Thank you very much. Second time I'm here in Vegas. I'm very excited. This is going to be a great Mexico versus Cuba fight. You can't miss it.
All right, now we go to the second fight on those prelims. This man is 22 victories, 8 wins by knockout, opposite of 1 defeat and 1 draw. He is a native of Hermosillo, Sonora, Mexico, now fighting out of San Diego. He enters this fight on a 2-fight win streak. Please help me welcome Christian Olivo.
¿Qué tal? Muy buen día. Me siento muy honrado de estar presente en esta función de tanta calidad, y todas las peleas y todo mi entrenamiento va a rendir frutos esta noche para presentarles una pelea digna de Las Vegas. Gracias.
Thank you for having me here. I'm stoked to be in such a stacked, high-quality card. And I have prepared really hard, trained as well as I could to give you, the fans, a dignified fight worthy of Las Vegas.
All right. Thank you, Christian. And now let's go to his opponent, who is undefeated, 14 victories, 11 by knockout. He is a 2020 Olympian representing Argentina, Mirko Cuello.
Hola a todos, me llamo Mirko Cuello, vengo de Argentina y la verdad muy contento de estar acá y tener la posibilidad de hacer historia para mi país. Me espera una dura pelea frente a un boxeador mexicano. Muchas gracias a todos.
Hi everyone, my name is Mirko Cuello. I'm from Argentina and I am excited to be here as well. I'm gonna have a tough fight against a Mexican opponent, but I'm ready to give my all. Thank you very much.
All right, now let's hear from those two matchups on those prelims. First, we'll start with Hernandez and Ruiz. And I'll start with Hernandez over here. You know, you have had a fantastic start to your professional career, 6-0. You're on a massive card with a fellow Cuban and David Morrell. What is it like for you to be on a stage like this for your career?
Tu marca 6-0, impecable. Estás en una cartelera enorme con un compatriota como David Morrell encabezándola. ¿Qué significa para vos estar en esta pelea? ¿Cómo te sentís?
Me siento bastante orgulloso de estar aquí una vez más en una de las segundas carteleras más grandes del año, porque ya estuve aquí anteriormente en la cartelera de Saúl Canelo y para mí es muy buena oportunidad estar aquí apoyando a un gran compañero y estar en la misma cartelera con él.
I'm honored to be in such a great card once again. I had the opportunity to be in the Canelo card previously, and this is a huge card as well. And I'm very proud to also be representing a compatriot like Morrell and to be representing Cuba the way I am. I don't take that for granted.
Now we'll turn things over to you, Ruiz. Nobody's been able to figure out Hernandez in his short stint as a professional. What do you have to deliver his first defeat?
It's going to end by knockout. Looking for knockout. Yeah, because he's big. This is my first time 160. I want to prove myself in 160 middleweight, so I want to look for the knockout. It's going to be interesting.
Hernandez, you already had to say, he's looking for the knockout. He's looking to give you your first defeat. What do you respond?
A ver, él te quiere sacar el invicto y no solo te lo quiere sacar, te quiere noquear. ¿Qué le respondes?
Bueno, no es lo mismo velardearlo que verlo llegar. Con eso tengo muchas cosas que decirle.
Well, you know.
Del 6 no pasa. Del 6 no pasa.
Oh, this is not gonna be easy. I mean, it's easy to see, you know, the big bad wolf coming, but when you have him like right in front of you, that's another issue altogether. So watch out. It's not gonna be easy at all. If you think you're gonna knock me out, you're sadly mistaken.
One last question, Yohan Lee. You said that you are the #1 ranked WBA middleweight contender. Why do you believe you're the future of the middleweight division?
Bueno, Yohan Lee, sos el contendiente número 1. ¿Por qué crees que sos el futuro de la división del peso mediano?
Porque lo que me propongo lo logro. Y para mí la gran meta mía es ser el campeón mundial.
Because when I set out a goal for myself, I achieve it no matter what. And my goal right now is to become a world champion.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. Once again, Yohan Lee Hernandez against Angel Ruiz. That will be opening up our PBC prelim card. And now we move over to our second matchup on those prelims as we go to Cuello and Olivo. And first off, going to you, Mirko. This is a huge fight for you. How important is this fight for your career with a potential world title shot on the line?
Bueno, Mirko, ¿qué tan importante es esta pelea para vos, considerando que hay una potencial oportunidad de pelear por el título mundial a futuro si llegas a ganar este sábado?
No, la verdad, muy importante. Vengo preparado y con ganas de ganar.
It's absolutely vital, very important. But you know what? I'm prepared and I'm eager to get the win.
And now over to you, Christian. What are some of the challenges that you can present to Cuello that maybe he hasn't seen in his career before?
Bueno, ¿cuáles son los contratiempos, los desafíos que le podés presentar acá a Cuello y que decís que Cuello no ha visto algo así antes?
Bueno, pues yo me encuentro muy seguro y confiado de mi preparación y sobre todo de mi experiencia, de las peleas que he tenido en México, la pelea que estuve en Estados Unidos. He tenido la oportunidad de hacer sparring con grandes campeones mundiales. De hecho, tuve la fortuna de ser parte de mi preparación en Japón y de hacer sparring con Naoya Inoue. Entonces, sé dónde estoy parado a nivel mundial y me encuentro muy seguro por ello.
I am very confident in my preparation, both in my past fights, in the experience that I've gathered in my fights in Mexico previously, and I've also had some really, really good sparring sessions. In fact, I had some of my training camp take part in Japan, and I had the chance to spar with Naoya Inoue. So that was priceless, and I'm going to show you guys how much that has been advantageous to me this Saturday night.
Over to you, Mirko. What does it mean to you when you hear something like that, where you spar in one of the best fighters in the world in Inoue? What does that mean to you, if anything, going into Saturday night?
¿Significa algo para vos el saber que él tuvo sesiones de sparring con Inoue? ¿Te genera algún tipo de sensación o te da absolutamente lo mismo?
No, él me da lo mismo.
¿Por qué? ¿Pero por qué? ¿Por qué te da lo mismo?
¿Qué sé yo también vengo preparado, hice mucho sparring y vengo preparado.
I could care less. I had really good sparring sessions too. I'm ready as well.
All right, now over to you, Olivo. This is your first fight in Las Vegas. What do you want to show fight fans that maybe have not seen you fight before, especially when you're in the fight capital of the world?
¿Qué te gustaría que la gente que todavía no te vio pelear, que la gente diga después de este sábado en la capital del boxeo a nivel mundial?
Como te dije, yo vengo a ganar, vengo por todo, vengo a dejarlo a todo arriba del ring y voy a dar un gran espectáculo, voy a ser agresivo, voy a ser certero y no desperdiciaré para nada esta oportunidad.
I've come here to win, but I've also come here to win putting on a show. I'm going to be precise, I'm going to be aggressive, and I'm not going to let this opportunity go by me. So everybody's going to know my name in the end this Saturday night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's our PBC prelim card, as that should be a great way to start the action this Saturday, February 1st. And now let's move on to our stacked pay-per-view undercard, as we will introduce the first bout for that night. 24 victories, 18 by knockout, opposite of 4 defeats and 2 draws. He is the former unified 154-pound champion representing the Dominican Republic. He has faced numerous big-time names throughout his career, including a 2020 knockout upset of Julian J. Rock Williams to capture 2 world titles. He's most recently fought to a draw against the former unified champion, Jarrett Hurt. Please help me welcome Jason Banana Rosario.
Muy buenos días, tarde ya, tarde. Buenas tardes. Gracias primeramente a Dios. Gracias a mi promotor, a PBC, por la gran oportunidad. Verdaderamente me siento súper feliz, me siento súper contento, súper emocionado por estar aquí. Verdaderamente veo a mi alrededor todas estas personas y hace un año atrás no pensaba que iba a estar aquí hoy. Dios es bueno, Dios es maravilloso. Guerra el sábado, Dios mediante.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Allow me to, first of all, thank God more than anything. I would also like to thank my promoter and PBC for making this opportunity happen. And I'm so happy and so motivated. Look at all these people around me. That's a blessing. And, this Saturday night, I'm going to not take it for granted at all, because I didn't think I would be here a year ago. And God made that possible. So thank you so much. And this Saturday night, it's going to be a war. And God willing, it's going to be great.
Thank you, Martin. And now we'll introduce his opponent, opening up the pay-per-view with 21 victories, 17 by knockout, just 1 defeat, from Casa Grande, Arizona. He bounced back from a controversial decision loss against Erickson Lubin last year, and he went on to stop Johan Gonzalez in round 9 back in May. Please help me welcome Jesus Mono Ramos Jr.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. I want to thank TGB, PBC, Amazon Prime for this opportunity. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be back, to get in the ring. It's been a while now, so I'm excited to do it all again. I got a tough opponent in Jason Rosario, and I'm not overlooking him. We got ready for the best version of Rosario, and we're ready to put on a good show Saturday night. Thank you, guys.
And now we go down to our next bout on that pay-per-view undercard. Introducing a man with 22 victories, 17 by knockout, opposite of 2 defeats and 2 draws. Representing Tijuana, Baja California, Mexico. He is 26 years old, fighting stateside for the 3rd time in his professional career this Saturday night. Here is Angel Fierro.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes a todos. Primero que nada, quiero agradecer a Dios por esta gran oportunidad, a la prensa por estar aquí presente, PBC por la gran oportunidad, mi empresa Buster. Y bueno, que el día sábado venimos a hacer historia y ese día conocerán a Ángel Tachiro Fierro. Gracias.
Thank you everyone for being here. First of all, I would like to thank God for giving me this opportunity. I would also like to thank PBC for making this happen and the media for being here. And you know what? This Saturday night, everybody's going to get to know who Tashiro Fierro is. It's going to be a great fight. Tune in because it's going to be amazing.
All right, now let's meet his opponent who needs no introduction. He has 26 victories, 18 by knockout, opposite of 3 defeats and 1 draw. He is a Mexico City native, a fan favorite that has a crowd everywhere he walks in Las Vegas. He is the former WBA super lightweight world champion who captured that title last March with the stoppage of Rolly Romero. Here is Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
Hola, antes que nada, buenas tardes a todos. Agradecido con Dios por la oportunidad con Al Jaimon PBC, Amazon Prime, a Sean Gibbons, a Manny Pacquiao, a mi esposo y a mis hijos por estar aquí y vengo por la victoria a dar una gran pelea. Gracias.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, I want to thank God for giving me the chance to be here. PBC, Amazon Prime for also staging this event. And, you know, Sean Gibbons, my family, my wife, my kids, I wouldn't be here without them. So tune in on Saturday night. It's going to be a great fight. Thank you very much.
All right, now we go to our co-main event, and this is a fight that I know many boxing fans have been waiting for, and it surely could stand on its own. This will be our co-main event Saturday night. First up, introducing a man with 22 victories, including 8 wins by knockout, opposite of 1 defeat. He's the former unified super bantamweight world champion representing West Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. He became a unified champion in 2021 by edging out Figueroa in a heated 122-pound unification bout. And he most recently made a successful featherweight debut by defeating Carlos Castro in September. Here is Stephen Fulton Jr.
Alhamdulillah. I just want to say thank God for being here, put me in another great position in life and in the sport. Thanks to Al Heyman, TGB Promotions, Sylvia Owens, Luda Cuba, my team over there. I have one of the best teams in Philadelphia within Bozy Ennis, Hamza Muhammad, Wahid Rahim, my cut man Harvey Estrada, even though he's not from Philly. But thanks for having me. I know he'll come prepared, and I'm more than prepared. Go Birds. Go Birds.
All right, now we'll go to his opponent, who is very familiar with Stephen Fulton. This man has 25 victories, 19 by knockout, opposite of 1 defeat and 1 draw. He is a 2-division world champion that was recently elevated to the WBC featherweight world champion. He won the interim featherweight title with the decision over Mark Magsayo in a 2023 Fight of the Year contender. He was the first person to defeat Luis Neri when he stopped him with a body blow in May of 2021 and captured the WBC super bantamweight belt. And he most recently knocked out former champion Jesse Magdaleno in May. Here is the Heartbreaker, Brandon Figueroa.
Hola, buenas tardes. Primeramente le quiero darle las gracias a Dios. First off, I want to thank God for putting me in this position. Es un honor pelear aquí en esa cartelera tan grande contra esos peleadores tan talentosos. I'm just very excited to be sharing this card with these talented boxers out here. We put in the blood, sweat, and tears into this, and I feel like this is the new era of boxing kicking off in 2025. Se me hace que esta cartelera es la iniciación de la nueva era del boxeo. Estoy muy emocionado. Le quiero dar las gracias a mi equipo, a mi familia, porque mi familia es mi equipo, a PBC, Amazon Prime, a la prensa que está aquí. First off, second of all, I want to thank my family, which is my family, is my team, PBC, Amazon Prime, everyone that made this possible, Luis de Cuba. It takes a lot to put this massive event, and I'm just very happy to be a part of this. Estoy muy emocionado, muy contento de ser parte de este evento. Yo sé que México va a estar ahí en la arena. Yo sé que todos van a estar viendo esa pelea, esa cartelera, porque esa cartelera, cualquiera de esos boxeadores pueden ser su propio mini event. And I know that these guys were ready. We're ready to leave it on the ring. It's going to be a great night of boxing. So thank you for the media for showing up, showing out. And yeah, shout out to Fulton for accepting the fight. And hey, let's run it back. Let's get the fight fans another fight of the year. And that's what we're here for, So gracias a todos por atender aquí y ojalá que no se pierdan esta pelea. Gracias.
All right, now let's hear from those fighters on that stacked undercard pay-per-view. First off with Jesus Ramos, Jason Rosario, 10 rounds in the middleweight division. I'll start with you, Jesus. You said recently in an interview you talk about having a big 2025. Why do you think this year will be a massive one for you?
I feel like last year was kind of slow for me, and I want to start things right. February is perfect. We get a solid fight, to kick off the year in February, and it gives us plenty of time, to work with. My division is also stacked. We have a lot of talent at 154, and there's big fights to be made at that weight.
And why was Rosario the right opponent for you to start things off in this new year?
He was a unified champion at 154, before, and he's got a lot of experience. He's going to bring a lot of experience into that ring, so I can really learn from this fight. And he's tough as well, so I'm excited. I'm excited to see what he brings on Saturday night.
And now over to you, Rosario. You've been a world champion at the highest level. You defeated Julian Williams. You fought big names like Jermell Charlo, Erickson Lubin. Do you believe your experience fighting those guys, being a former world champion, will be a factor Saturday night?
Bueno, Jason, sos un ex campeón unificado. Has tenido grandes peleas contra Julian Williams, contra Jermell Charlo, contra Lubin. ¿Sentís que la experiencia va a ser el factor clave que marcará la diferencia a tu favor este sábado por la noche?
Bueno, como decía ahorita, gracias, me siento súper contento, súper bendecido, de verdad, tú sabes, siento súper emocionado. Creo que lo que me va a llevar y lo que me va a dar la victoria es el trabajo que yo hice realmente en el campamento. Trabajé como un animal, trabajé como una bestia, me olvidé del dolor, me olvidé de las quejas, de que quiero ver mi familia, de que quiero ver mis hijos, de que quiero ver mi mujer. Me olvidé de todo eso y me enfoqué en el trabajo. Creo que eso es lo que me va a dar la victoria. Primeramente que Dios, porque sabemos que sí, que si Dios dice que no, es que no. Pero creo que Dios primeramente y luego ese trabajo que yo hice en el campamento.
I'm super excited, super blessed, and I think that the advantage is actually going to be the work that I put in on the gym. I forgot about the pain. I forgot about everything that I left behind. I didn't complain about not being able to see my family, my kids. I wanted to see them, but I knew I couldn't. Why? Because I knew that this was it. So, and I also know that when God says no, it's no. But God willing, this is going to be a great opportunity for me, and what I'm going to do is take advantage of it to the fullest, because I was put in here for a reason, and I don't plan to let it pass by.
Over to you, Ramos. Yesterday at the Grand Arrivals, Rosario said that he plans to, and according to Martin Batar's translation, rip your head off on Saturday night. How do you respond to that?
I mean, that's what he's supposed to say. He's supposed to say he's ready. He's supposed to say he's done all of this. But it doesn't matter until we get in that ring. That's when it really matters. That's when I want to see him try to rip my head off. because that's when it counts.
Now, you also said recently, you know, you are going for the knockout and you plan to do it in tremendous fashion. Why do you believe that you have to have that type of a performance?
It's just part of who I am now. You know, it's the evolving that I've made. I've made a lot of changes in my career, in my camp, and that's me. That's me. You know, I want to get knockouts. I want to give the fans knockouts. So it ain't nothing against him. Like I told him, it's just my style from now on, my approach to every fight.
All right, over to you, Rosario. Prediction on Saturday night. How does it all go down against Jesus Ramos?
Bueno, acá Jesús dice que no es nada personal, pero te quiere noquear. ¿Vos qué decís, tu vaticinio para esta pelea? ¿Cómo termina este sábado por la noche?
No, mi hermano, mira, ella dice una palabra que mucho pensamiento hay aquí en la cabeza del hombre, tú sabes. Y that's good. Esa es su perspectiva que él tiene, tú sabes, la respeto, pero yo me preparé para la guerra, tú sabes, yo voy listo para lo que sea, yo vengo ready y yo sé que 100% seguro, yo nunca he hablado de esta forma, pero yo estoy 100% seguro y confiado primeramente en Dios, que mañana, el sábado, 1 de febrero, va a haber una gran sorpresa, y una viga que se cae de la mata. En Dominicana dicen una viga que se cae de la mata. Eso es cuando todo el mundo piensa que va a pasar algo y pasa todo lo contrario de eso. Eso va a pasar el sábado 1 de febrero.
Well, first of all, as far as what the knockout, what Jesus says, I respect him, but I think he has a lot on his mind. And I actually never say things like this, but I'm 100% confident that I'm going to win this fight, no matter what. And I'm going to pull off a huge upset that's going to resonate all over the world. And in the Dominican, we have a saying that, people expect one thing to happen, and then another one totally different ends up happening. That's what you're going to see on Saturday, February 1st. The biggest upset of the night, bar none.
You heard him, Jesus. He said biggest upset Saturday night. How do you see it playing out?
That's not gonna happen. I'm coming to win, and I'm gonna do it in a spectacular fashion. And I'm coming for it all. I'm coming to knock him out. Like I said, I know it's bothering him, but it's just what I have to do. It's what I'm gonna do.
All right, Jesus Ramos Jr., Jason Rosario. That's gonna be opening up the pay-per-view card. And now let's move on over to Isaac Pitbull Cruz and Angel Fierro in a super lightweight bout. And I'll start off with you, Isaac, as you are coming off a tough loss to Rayo Valenzuela. What did you learn about yourself in that fight, and how will you use that going forward Saturday night?
Isaac, ¿qué lecciones aprendiste de tu pelea contra Valenzuela y cómo vas a utilizar ese aprendizaje para la pelea de este sábado por la noche?
Bueno, fue un aprendizaje en general y aprendimos de los errores y seguimos fortaleciendo aún más las fortalezas. Y bueno, en esta noche del 1 de febrero vamos a sacar todo lo que trabajamos en el campamento con una gran pelea y una victoria.
It was really an overall lesson. It wasn't anything specific. It allowed me to be able to become even stronger when it comes to my strengths, work on my weaknesses. And this Saturday, February 1st, you're going to see all the work I put in. It's going to be a great fight. And in the end, I'm going to come out with the win.
All right, and now over to you, Fierro. Cruz is obviously a big name in the sport of boxing, especially at 140 pounds. What is the mindset coming into this fight as an underdog?
Bueno, Ángel, Isaac Cruz posee su chapa, su nombre, ¿no? Y vos venís de punto, pero ¿cuál es tu mentalidad para poder dar la sorpresa este sábado por la noche?
Bueno, sabemos que Isaac Cruz es un gran peleador, es un peleador que ya probó las mieles del campeonato del mundo, pero yo también vengo a probar las mías, ¿no? Y Isaac Cruz está enfrente de mí para que él me arrebate esa oportunidad y pues bueno, el sábado veremos cómo reacciona cuando también tenga un tren enfrente.
Isaac Cruz is a great fighter. I'm well aware of the fact that he has tasted glory with being a world champion, but it's my time for glory now, and let's see how Isaac reacts when he sees a runaway train coming in front of him. He's not going to stop me.
As for you, Pitbull, You obviously, the WBC is going to have a special belt honoring the late Mexican champion who recently passed, Israel Vasquez. And it coincides with your bout. It's an all-Mexican war. What does that mean to you to have that belt that's going to be awarded to whoever wins Saturday night?
Bueno, Isaac, va a haber un cinturón especial para esta pelea entre ustedes. Es un cinturón que, primero que nada, honra la memoria del difunto Israel Vázquez, pero más que nada también es un cinturón que se va a utilizar en peleas entre mexicanos a partir de ahora, un cinturón especial. ¿Qué significa para vos que tu pelea sea la inaugural en este cinturón y para tu país, México?
No, pues antes que nada, igual agradecerle a Mauricio Suleimán, a Sean Gibbons por hacer posible este cinturón en memoria de uno de los grandes campeones mexicanos como lo fue Israel Magnífico Vázquez. Y bueno, más emocionado porque es el primer cinturón especial que se va a disputar entre mexicanos y que de aquí para adelante se van a hacer ese tipo de cinturones memorables cuando sean peleas entre mexicanos.
Well, you know, it's a great honor for me to, like you said, to honor the memory of a great fighter like Israel Magnífico Vázquez, may he rest in peace, and then to also be the first fight to have that kind of belt and to set the tone for many great Mexican fights to come. It means a lot to me. I don't take it for granted at all, and I thank Mauricio Suleiman and Sean Gibbons for making this possible.
All right, Fierro, go to you. What can fans expect to see from you and Pitbull Saturday, February 1st?
¿Qué puede esperar la gente de tu pelea entre Pitbull y vos este sábado por la noche? Es decir, ¿qué puede esperar la gente de tu pelea entre Isaac y vos este sábado por la noche?
Va a tener lo que la gente quiere, una guerra. Soy un peleador que le gusta ir a enfrente, igual Pitbull, entonces va a ser una guerra garantizada y bueno, la que va a salir ganando será el público este sábado, estoy seguro.
The fans are going to be the true winners this Saturday night. Isaac is aggressive, I come forward, it's going to be an all-out war, and you're going to want to tune in because you're going to win the night as a fan. It's going to be a great fight.
All right, over to you, Pitbull. Last question. All Mexican war, how does it play out?
Guerra sin cuartel mexicana, ¿cómo termina? Danos tu vaticinio, tu predicción.
Bueno, totalmente esto va a ser una gran pelea y yo vengo preparado para llevarme la victoria a casa.
It's going to be a great fight, and I come prepared to take the victory and come home as a winner.
All right. Pitbull Cruz against Angel Fierro. And now we'll move on to our co-main events as Stephen Fulton Jr., Brandon Figueroa for the WBC Featherweight World title. First, I'll start with you. Brandon, you have wanted this rematch for over 3 years. You felt like you won that first fight. What is it like to finally get that rematch Saturday?
Man, it feels amazing. It just feels great to be back fighting another great, talented fighter like Fulton. You know, it was Fight of the Year candidate for a reason. You know, we went all out. We entertained the fans, definitely. And we're here to run it back. I'm just happy to be back. And, yeah, a couple more days.
And now over to you, Fulton. You know, it has been over 3 years since that rematch, which, you know, many fight fans loved. What is different about you in those 3 years since that fight?
I would like to say my mindset. I'm more of a calm person. I've grew as a person and as a fighter, so that's the difference in me now.
And now over to you, Brandon. That fight was at 122 pounds, and you spoke about how the weight cut, even before that fight, was tough on you. Now this fight's at 126 pounds. How will this fight be different in regards to your performance with this being at a higher weight class at 126 pounds?
Oh, man, I feel great. I feel very, very strong. Even though as I'm cutting weight, I just feel very complete at this weight. Explosive, fast, you know, just everything. I just feel really good at this weight. I feel like this weight is perfect for me, maybe even 130 as well. But yeah, I'm just very, very confident. And 122, man, it was very tough to make. A lot of people ask me, how do I even make 126? But it's my discipline, hard work. And yeah, I just can't wait to go out there and for him to feel that power.
And now over to you, Fulton. I mean, obviously things have been different in those 3 years, and now you've added Derek Buzianis in your corner. this time around. I don't believe he was in your corner in the first fight. What has he done for you and your performance since you connected with Derek Ennis?
Gave me a different look at things defensively and offensively. So he was a major asset, bringing him into my camp, as well as the add-on to what Hamza and what he has done for me in my career. So I feel like he's an amazing coach, as well as me being around young fighters who's also another world champion like Boots, which is his son. So I feel like I needed to, surround myself around another young, talented fighter. So, some of those things could rub off on me as well.
And now over to you, Figueroa. What are you looking to prove going into this fight to where you don't have the same situation where you feel like you won the fight and you end up losing, leaving it in the judge's hands? What are you looking to prove going into this rematch?
Prove that I'm the best 126 pounder in the world. Prove that I want to be one of the greats. I don't want to be good. I want to be one of the greats. I want to be remembered as one of the best fighters to ever do it. And represent Mexico, represent America. I'm Mexican American, and I want to conquer the world, man. I'm hungry. I'm fired up. I'm not scared of anyone. I want to fight all the champions at 126. Just speaking about this excites me because I'm truly passionate about this sport, and I love this sport with so much. And you guys will see Saturday. I'm not gonna let this fight slip away from me like I did the first time. And I'm coming with everything. I prepared 110%, and I'm gonna make a statement. I want to make a statement, and this is my time.
All right, Fulton. He said he's gonna make a statement. For you, a win would make you a 2-division world champion. What would that mean for your career?
It'll mean a lot, I will feel good about that. That's the only thing I'm focused on at the moment. It's the only thing I'm worried about. I'm not focused on anyone else, no one else in the division, no one else in any other division. Just focus on living in the moment, and that's what I'm doing by just taking it one day at a time. So when Saturday comes, I'll be more than ready to win again.
All right, Fulton, you seem very laser focused. You're disciplined. It's the rematch. Prediction, how does it go down?
It doesn't matter how it goes down. It doesn't matter how I get the victory. My main objective is just to get the victory, and I will be a 2-division world champion come Saturday night. No matter how it has to go down, it's gonna end that way of me with my hand raised.
All right, and now to you, Brandon. He says he's going to become a 2-division world champion. He's going to defeat you for a second time. What's your prediction for Saturday?
I mean, that's not going to happen. 122, 126 is a whole different story, a whole different division. Like I said, I prepared 110% for this fight. I'm coming with everything. I'm trying to make a statement and trying to cement that, yeah, I'm the best 126 pounder, and that erase that first loss, Not necessarily erase it, but just, make a statement that, I got my leg back. And I'm just happy. and yeah.
All right.
And,
there you have it.
And he also said he want to knock me out. You got to add that in there.
Oh, yeah, definitely that too. I'm not going to let it go
can't
to
leave
the
that
judges.
out. That's a part of the game plan.
All right, there you heard it. Co-main event. Like I said, this fight I am very much looking forward to. It's been over 3 years in the making, and now we have it, the rematch, as it is a part of a stacked PBC pay-per-view undercard. We're going to have the fighters pose for photos up here, and then we have our main event on the way, so don't go anywhere.
Chicos, vamos a hacer fotos.
go ahead and step aside for a minute. Just wait on the stage. No, you guys go, just step aside, guys. We'll get a group shot after. Okay, face off first, please. Okay, face towards me. Stand aquí. Uh-oh. Alrighty, fellas. This way. Out front now. Tom, turn him. Got things to do. He's up. Face out. Come on, face out, face out. Por favor. Come on, Esau. All right, we're gonna move you.
That's good. Chicos, miren los fotógrafos para allá. Chicos.
All right, Tom, we gotta out front. Esau. Come on.
Chicos, a los fotógrafos.
Tom, stop.
Told you, just like the old days. All Mexican war.
Down in front here. Aquí. Okay, gracias. Un momento. Next one. Don't let him go. Justin, don't let him go. Now you guys be good. Don't start. Okay, out here, please. Oh, Lord. In the back.
Jason para atrás.
And aquí.
Y ahora acá abajo.
Gracias. What? Okay. Out front. Turn us out. Aquí. Okay, one more. Gracias.
All right, thank you.
Tom, we're gonna bring them all back. Ooh, this could be a good one. Okay, I'll back in the front. Down here, aquí. Okay, gracias.
All right, guys.
One group shot, please. Everybody back in order. Order at the bow. Martin, stay where you are. Okay, everybody in the back. Tell them in the back, Martin. And aquí. Down here, one more down here then, right here. Okay, gracias. Bueno.
13.
You ready?
He'll come up and get it. All right. Hey, Sammy. Let's pull these back. We're going 6 inches. Together on this side. Pull back. That's it? Okay.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with our main event fighters momentarily.
What? Whoever with WBC.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to Las Vegas, Nevada at the MGM Grand as Premier Boxing Champions continues our final press conference, this time for our main event Saturday night, February 1st. It is now time to meet our fighters. First up to the stage with the record 11 victories, 9 by knockout, no defeats. He is a Cuban native who moved to Minneapolis to begin his pro career in 2019. He is a standout in Cuba's storied amateur scene. After winning a title at 168 pounds, the 26-year-old debuted at light heavyweight in August, defeating Hot Rod Halijic to capture the WBA title. Here is, accompanied by trainer Ronnie Shields and Louis DeCubas Sr. of Warriors Boxing, David Morrell Jr. All right, and now we welcome his opponent, coming in with a record of 29 victories, 24 by knockout. He is undefeated, the two-time world champion representing Phoenix, Arizona. He is the reigning interim WBC light heavyweight champion, where he won that in June as he defeated former champion Alexander Voitsdik. He is the hard-hitting man, accompanied by his father and trainer Jose Benavides Sr. and Samson Lukowitz of Samson Boxing. Here is David El Monstro Benavides.
Oh, yeah, you see that?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what boxing is all about. Two young, hungry stars, both undefeated, both wanting to fight the best. And they go on a collision course Saturday, February 1st, as it will be headlined by two of the sport's most exciting stars going toe-to-toe in their primes of their career. Unbeaten light heavyweights David El Monstro Benavides and David Morrell Jr. meet in the center of the ring at T-Mobile Arena for both Benavides' interim WBC and Morrell's WBA light heavyweight championship belts. Now, before we get to our fighters, we want to talk to some of the men that have been huge in making this fight happen. First up, the president of TGB Promotions. You heard from him earlier. Here is Tom Brown.
Thank you, Miguel. You know, it is nice to just be even a small part in promoting this fight. Both fighters' promoters are some of my oldest and dearest friends in the game, with Samson Lukowitz and Liam Margulis and Louis DeCubas Sr. Both fighters just have tremendous world-class trainers with Jose Benavides Sr. and Ronnie Shields. So for me, it's kind of nice. I get to sit back and just watch a tremendous fight. And trust me, this is going to be a very, very violent fight. Both these guys like to take your head off with every shot, and they both can really crack. So I believe this has the making of an instant modern-day classic. When this fight was first made and we were doing the artwork and the banners, I wanted to put a #1 after Benavides Morrell, because I believe this fight's going to be so brutal and so close that the fans will demand a fight at a warrant, a rematch, and possibly even a trilogy. But this is going to just be a tremendous fight. It's the best fight that can be made in this division, and I'm really looking forward to watching this fight. Thank you very much.
All right, and now I'll bring up a man that is a huge part of boxing history. He's been a part of some of the biggest fights in boxing history. From Warriors Boxing, here is Louis DeCubas Sr.
Thank you very much for everybody to be here. I'm very happy to be here. This is going to be a tremendous fight. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Al Heyman. Without him, none of this would have happened. I'd like to thank Tom Brown. I'd like to thank PBC, Amazon, and for this great fight to happen. I want to thank this guy here for taking the shot. Okay, a lot of guys won't take it anymore. He had the balls to step up, which I got to give him credit for.
Got some big balls.
Yeah, we're going to find out. We're going to find that out on Saturday night. I want to find out if you got a chin. That's what I got to find out. If you got a chin.
What happened with Gallegos? What happened with Gallegos?
Gallegos,
¿Qué pasó?
he beat the shit out of him every day. Ask about his eye. Listen, we don't worry about sparring partners. Hey, listen, let me tell you something. All I'm going to tell you guys, if you can hold this guy's punching power, okay, for 12 rounds, I don't know anything about boxing. Okay? This guy's going to knock you out. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you.
You want to bet?
You guys are the ones that started. You guys are the ones started.
So who's taking more money out of David Morrell's check? You or anybody else? You're taking more money than Morrell is. You're taking more money than Morrell is. Who's taking a bigger cut out of his check?
Not after
the bigger check.
Make more money
No,
than
I'm talking about you're taking more money than Morrell.
I'm making more money than Morrell. He knows what he's making. He's trying to get us this
Senior I'm fucking. I'm exposing this guy. Not fucking up.
Worry about him, not about me.
You're nervous. You're nervous. You guys are nervous. Yeah, you guys are nervous.
I've been in this fucking rodeo for 42 years.
Keep your fucking saliva in your fucking mouth. Keep your saliva in your fucking mouth.
You're the fucking scary fuck. You can see you're all scared, man. I can see in your eyes. I see it in your eyes, bro. I have Roberto Duran. I know when a guy's scared. You're scared, man.
Yeah, you guys.
I can see it in your eyes.
You guys are scared. You guys are scared.
Is it
fucking cocksucker?
Is it never?
What a way to start. What a way to start. If it couldn't be told right now, I mean, you can tell both teams do not like each other. All right, gentlemen, if we could please,
you need Pampers.
If we could please continue on.
Right now, you gotta calm the fuck down.
David, you'll have your moment. You'll have your moment for sure. All right,
tell this old dude to calm down. Shit.
Let's move on to your side over here. This man has an eye for talent. He told me years ago that I got someone special, someone that's going to take over the sport, and he wasn't wrong. This man is from Samson Boxing. Here is Samson Lukowitz.
That's your real promoter right there. That's the real promoter, not like you fucking taking all the money from your fighters.
I know. I don't know who's fighting now.
That's not promoter.
I forgot. I don't know if Senior is ready to fight.
Hey, you don't fight, right?
I don't fight. I'm peace.
That's good.
You found a place of complete focus. You ordered your thoughts and mastered your mind. And all the while, you were on the train home. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
Listen, first of all, I want to apologize for the behavior of my friend, Luis de Cuba Sr. And I don't want this to continue like that because we need to be serious. This fight, it will not sell more because you're screaming. This fight, it will sell because it's war. Your fighter that happened to be, I appreciate that he's part of the family of boxing, David Morrell. He wants to have his first defense of his WBA interim super middleweight. He said, I want to fight Benavides. I want to fight your boy. I told him, let's marinate. Don't scream. Let's marinate, and slowly it will happen. And now it's happened. And I believe that it be the best fight of the year. So we don't need anybody to scream and curse because this fight, it will sell by himself. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Oh, by the way, let me have my water, aqua. Thank you.
Good morning, man. Shit.
All right, now let's meet one of the head trainers for Team Morel. This man has an incredible stable of fighters. He is an acclaimed trainer. He has coached world champions. Here is Ronnie Shields.
First of all, I want to say hello to everybody. Thanks for being here. And just getting right down to it, I just want to thank both teams for signing this fight. This is what boxing really needs. This is what boxing has been all about. It's about the best fighting the best. Simple as that. It had nothing to do with street fighting, none of that. This is about boxing. This is our sport. We love this sport, and we want to take care of the sport by fighting the best. That's simple as that. And I'm thankful to both teams for agreeing to that. And now it will be settled in the ring on who is the best fighter. We're looking forward to it, and we're glad everybody's here. Thank you.
And now we welcome the other head trainer from Team Benavides. He is part of boxing's prominent families. With his sons, helped them become world champions. And he is an esteemed trainer, and now he is set for another huge night. Here is father and trainer Jose Benavides Sr.
Buenas tardes a todos ustedes. Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en este gran evento. Le quiero dar las gracias a Dios por permitirme estar aquí con mis dos hijos en esta función. Muy contento. David Benavides se preparó muy fuerte mentalmente, físicamente y tuvo una gran conexión con Dios y todo este momento ha salido muy bien, gracias a Dios. No hay ninguna lección, todo muy bien, gracias a Dios. Les vamos a dar una pelea espectacular este sábado, no se la pierdan, pay-per-view. También le quiero dar las gracias a Al Heyman, PBC, Tom Brown, a nuestro promotor Samson, David García y pues a todos los que están, a todo mi equipo que estuvo involucrado en este gran evento. Y también le quiero mandar un saludo muy grande a toda mi gente mexicana, especialmente a Gallegos, con el buen trabajo que hizo con este payaso de aquí. Saludos, Gallegos.
All right. So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being part of this event. I really appreciate it. I want to thank God, first of all, for allowing me to be in this event with my two sons. That means a lot to me. And this Saturday night, it's going to be a great event to where it's going to be the best in boxing. And I want to thank PBC and everyone involved for being a part of this fight. And in the end, I want to also thank Gallego for, keeping me away from this clown over there. So, you know what? It's going to be a great fight. Don't miss it. It's going to be great.
All right, now it's time to meet our main event fighters. First up to the podium, his record undefeated, 11 victories, 9 by knockout. He is a Cuban native who moved to Minneapolis to begin his pro career, and he is a standout in Cuba's amateur scene. He is 26 years old, and he debuted at light heavyweight last August, defeating Hot Rod Halajec to capture the WBA title. And he's previously held the WBA super middleweight title, beating interim champion at 168 by defeating then unbeaten Lennox Allen in August of 2020. And he has had 2 explosive knockouts in 2023, stopping Olympic bronze medalist Yamaguchi Falcao in April and Sane Agbeko in December. Here is the talented Cuban David Morel Jr.
Primero que todo, quiero decirle gracias a todos por venir, darle las buenas tardes por a todos y también gracias también por estar aquí.
Well, thank you everyone for being here. Good afternoon. I appreciate you being here.
También darle gracias al equipo de Navidad, Samson, por esta gran oportunidad, por aceptar la pelea y que todo esto sea posible.
I want to thank Team Benavides and Samson for making this fight possible. It wouldn't be possible without you, so I appreciate it.
Sábado primero va a haber un gran espectáculo, una gran guerra, ya por lo que están viendo. Prometo dar lo mejor de mí y así va a ser el sábado primero.
Saturday, February 1st, it's going to be a spectacle. And I promise you that you're going to see the best of me out there. You're not going to want to miss it this Saturday night.
También quiero darle gracias a todos los que han hecho esto posible, PBC, Amazon Prime, a Hermon, The QR Family, a mis dos manejadores. Y nada, esperen lo mejor y como siempre digo, peace and love.
Well, I want to also thank PBC, Heyman, Amazon Prime, my two managers, everyone that made this possible. And like I always say, peace and love.
All right, now let's introduce his opponent. 29 victories, 24 by knockout, undefeated, a two-time world champion representing Phoenix, Arizona. He's the reigning interim WBC light heavyweight champion as he defeated Alexander Voidstick back in June. He had a huge 2023 that saw him defeat Caleb Plant in March and then Demetrius Andrade in November. He has been a hugely avoided fighter. Here is David El Monstro Benavidez.
First of all, I want to thank God for everybody, for allowing me to be here. You know, I'm really happy. I want to thank my wife. I want to thank my father, Jose Benavidez, my brother, Jose Benavidez Jr., Samson Lukowicz, David Garcia, Al Heyman, Luis Cubas Jr. And what can I say, man? We're finally here. I'm very excited for this moment. You know, I've been getting ready extremely hard for this moment. I've trained extremely hard, and now we're ready. You know, now we're coming with all energy, not like this fucking pussy right here. Peace and love. What was all that fucking shit that you were talking about back then? Look, now this guy's nervous. I'm gonna beat the fuck out of you. And I hope you don't have no fucking excuses, because you look scared as fuck right now. To be honest, you can smile, you do all the fuck you want, but watch. When you step into that ring this Saturday, that's El Monstro's world, and you're gonna see exactly what the fuck I'm made of.
Is that dog or monster? What the hell? Is that dog or monster? What do you mean, bro? I mean, this name, the monster, is bullshit. Really bullshit. You don't have to know monster.
Tú vas a mirar quién es el monstruo el sábado, pendejo. You're gonna see who the fuck the monster is. You're gonna see the Saturday who the monster is.
Lo mismo que te voy a decir a ti después de la pelea. Sí, para que ya, porque te estoy hablando mucho de Javier, para que te la metas donde todo el sol, papá. Te lo voy a decir de aquí de ahora.
You talk a lot, but we'll see what happens after the fight. We'll see what happens after the fight. Keep talking.
We're here this Saturday. There ain't no more talking. You're gonna see what's up this Saturday.
All right, David, we'll start with you. I mean, obviously, this is a big test coming into it, and obviously, the bad blood is shown to everyone here. Where did this dislike come from, and how did it start between you two?
It's just the hype of the fight. You know, the hype of the fight. He goes at me, I go at him, and that's just what it is. At the end of the day, we're both gonna get in the ring, and I'm gonna show him exactly who I am this Saturday.
Now, over to you, Morel. Obviously, you have wanted these big opportunities before, and now you finally have it. You know, why have we not seen many fighters step up to, one, fight Benavidez, and then two, why did you want that fight?
Bueno, David, venías anhelando una oportunidad grande como esta. Acá está, en esta gran cartelera estás encabezando. Hay dos preguntas acá. Primero, ¿por qué crees que los oponentes o los potenciales oponentes de Benavidez lo venían eludiendo? Y segundo, ¿por qué vos no lo eludiste? ¿Por qué quisiste pelear contra él?
Uno, para que se acabe ya esa fama que si es el monstruo, que si es no sé qué. O sea, no tiene nada, brother. Con todos los boxeadores que ha peleado, supuestamente que son mejores, no sé qué. No entiendo. El que no viene subiendo de peso, el que no está ya a retirarse. O sea, ¿de qué me está hablando a mí?
Well, first of all, why do I want to fight Benavidez? Because I want to end with all that monster bullshit that he's talking about. Because everyone that he has faced so far has either been on the brink of retirement or having to come up or come down in weight. So I want to end that myth that he's a monster.
100%. Quiero pelear con él porque dicen que todo el mundo le tiene miedo. Yo no le tengo miedo.
100%. Everybody says like, oh, they're afraid of him or whatever. I want to prove, I want to show that I'm not afraid of him in the least.
David, what do you have to say where he says, you know, I want to end all that monster myth that you have behind you?
I fought way better fighters than everybody that I fought. They say the same thing. They don't have nothing, they don't have defense, they don't hit like that, this and that. But where are they all at after the fight? They all say David Benavidez is the best. And that's exactly what David Morrell's going to say. David Benavidez is the best.
Now, on Andre Ward's podcast, David, you recently said that you wanted to test Morrell's temperature down in Miami. What did you make of it when he threw the belt at your face in Miami.
I seen that he's a fucking pussy and he tries to throw his belt at me to try to get out the fight. That's what he's trying to do. If you throw a belt at somebody, you know you're gonna fucking hit him in the head, you're gonna bust the head. The fight might get canceled. That's what this pussy is trying to do. He's already looking for a way out.
Morel, you heard what he had to say. He said you threw the belt because you were trying to get the fight canceled. You were trying to find a way out of the fight. What do you say to that?
Bueno, escuchaste lo que él dijo, te llamó maricón, dijo que querías también, sí, y que querías, le lanzaste el cinturón en Miami porque querías cancelar la pelea. ¿Qué te genera eso?
Es que no tengo palabras para decir eso, para decirte, porque básicamente, ¿cómo crees yo cancelar una pelea que estoy buscando hace tiempo?
I have no words for what he just said. Why would
So
I
if
ever...
I grab this fucking belt and I stand up and I throw it at his fucking head, am I not trying to hit him in the head?
¿Por qué en California no hiciste eso?
What the fuck you trying to throw?
Porque en California estabas tú solito, bro. Tú y yo solito, ahí no había nadie. ¿Por qué en California no hiciste eso? Tuviste que esperar a llamar a, no voy a decir la palabra, a toda esa, toda la gente esa que siempre anda contigo ahí, ¿me entiendes? Para poder llenarte de valor y hacer las cosas, bro. ¿Me entiendes?
Okay, so first of all, why would I want to throw the belt at you when I, you know, why would I want to cancel the fight if I fought for this fight to be here? Why would I want to do that? And then, second of all, why didn't you step up in California? Why didn't you do all that in California?
When in California, he came after me after the press conference and shook my fucking hand. Why would you come and shake my hand at the press conference? That's why when I went to when we were at the face-off in Miami, I tried to shake your hand. You don't want to shake my hand. Did you forget that you just fucking shook my hand after the press conference in California? That's why I didn't do nothing.
Bro, si en California tú tenías todo ya,
man, take that dick out of your mouth. I can't understand what you're saying.
No me des la mano. Guerra, tú tienes que darme la mano a mí. Guerra, bro.
Hey,
si en California tú quisiste que fuera así, vamos a hacerlo
Saturday.
Miedo no hay. Si tú quieres que fuera así, lo hacemos así. Miedo no hay. Miedo no hay, papi. Miedo no hay. No, tranquilo. Miedo no hay. ¿Tú quieres que en California fuera así? Miedo no hay. Miedo no hay, papi. ¿Tú quieres que en California fuera así? Miedo no hay. Miedo no hay. Miedo no hay. Miedo no hay.
Saludos a Callejo y ese Luis de Cuba ya que se sienta.
All right, gentlemen, if we could grab our seats so we can continue on with the presser. We have a lot of people here.
Yo no soy los pencos que estás peleando. Mira aquí si no hay. Ustedes son criados en la calle, tú no. Bueno, está el loco. Eso contigo y con todo el mundo para comerse por gusto. Y con todo el mundo afuera. Vamos a ver. No, sí, para que ninguno salga los locos. ¿Qué pasó? Para que eso es mentira tuya. Mentira tuya. Mentira tuya. ¿Qué cosa que? No, ¿qué cosa? Y tu papá está mal.
It's Saturday. I'm gonna leave it all in the ring, and I'm gonna leave fucking David Morrell flattened out on the fucking floor.
Ustedes ninguno son de acá, ni pinga ninguno.
Están nerviosos, están nerviosos.
Me saca.
No saben la que se me pasa.
Maricón me saca a mí los condados, ¿sabes? No quiero
guys know what time it is.
David, Morrell, I want to ask you, obviously it's clear you are very animated in the build-up to this fight. We've seen you in previous fights. You've been nowhere near this animated going into a fight. What made this different?
Tu nivel de hostilidad en esta pelea es muchísima más que en cualquier otra pelea que te hemos visto tener. ¿Qué es lo que te hace estar tan animado y por qué llegaste a estos niveles de hostilidad?
Porque le voy a partir la cara, por eso.
¿Porque te miente la cara?
Ya, sí, porque lo bueno es que lo voy a reventar. Ya, esto se fue más allá de del boxeo. Acuérdate lo que estoy diciendo hoy.
Well, because he's lying to my face. I'm gonna bust him up. Remember that. It's as easy as that. You don't disrespect me like that in boxing.
I want to see what he's gonna do. I hope you had a good training camp because I don't want no fucking excuses after I knock you the fuck out.
Dice que no quiere excusas después de que te noquea.
Benavidez, we've seen you go into fights with a lot of animosity towards your opponents, you know, Caleb Plant, Darrell, and you always perform at the highest level. Do you like going into a fight when you have a major dislike towards an opponent?
Yeah, definitely, because I'm going in, I'm gonna try to hurt him every single round. You know, I have the strongest fighting spirit in all of boxing. You guys will see exactly who El Monstro is this Saturday.
Morel, David has said he is going to, quote, break your face. What do you have to say to that, and what he plans to do Saturday night?
Bueno, acá Benavides dice que te va a romper la cara. ¿Qué tenés para responderle sobre eso? ¿Y qué vas a hacer vos este sábado por la noche?
Yo, como dije ayer, el verdadero ABC, la verdadera escuela cubana de boxeo, lo que le espera el sábado, tranquilo.
No, you're going to say what I'm going to do Saturday night, because if he thinks that he's going to break my face, he has another thing coming. There's going to be war out there.
Él está adaptado a que todos los boxeadores le tengan miedo, a que todos los boxeadores le corran. Conmigo no es así.
¿Pero cómo?
Él está adaptado a que todos los boxeadores le tengan miedo, a que todos le corran, y conmigo no es así.
David, you're used to everybody being afraid of you, and I'm not one of those. I'm not going anywhere.
Back to you, Morel. This is your first time headlining a pay-per-view. What have you been doing to handle all the attention that this fight is bringing? I mean, I know you have your head trainer, Ronnie Shields. He's been a part of some of these big fights. Who have you been leaning on for some of this experience and all the attention that's coming with this fight?
Bueno, ¿en quién te has respaldado para manejar todo lo que es la presión, todo lo que es los focos que están en vos? ¿En quién estás respaldado para manejar esa situación?
¿Cuál presión?
What pressure? There's no pressure, there's no spotlight.
I don't feel pressure. O sea, no entiendo cuál es la presión que todo el mundo habla, de que si por las luces, de que no sé qué. Bro, todo el que sabe boxeo, el cubano se adapta a lo que sea.
Look, there is no pressure, there is no spotlight I'm afraid of. Anybody that has ever seen Cuban boxing knows that we're up for whatever. We're not afraid of anything.
And now over to you, Benavides. What message are you looking to send to Morel and the rest of the division Saturday night?
They're going to see I have nothing else left to say. They're going to see this Saturday. I'm not the one to be playing with.
All right, Morel, final question. Prediction, Saturday, February 1st, what happens?
Bueno, yo hablar a vaticinio, David, decinos cómo termina esta pelea, qué va a pasar el sábado por la noche.
No, la pregunta es ¿qué no va a dejar de pasar el sábado por la noche? Que es el knockout 100% de David Benavides.
The real question is what's not going to happen this Saturday night. Everything is going to happen, and I'm 100% knocking out David Benavides.
Same question to you, David.
One moment's ago, President Trump signing an executive order and a memo. Here's the video of that. Watch.
Good. I'd ask Will to explain the first, but really more importantly, explain the second, and we'll start signing. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir. Just 2 items for your signature today. The first is the formal commission appointing Chris.
Thank you very much. I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military including the United States Coast Guard in particular. They've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast. It was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly. And we are a country of really, we are in mourning. This is really shaken a lot of people, including people, very sadly, from other nations who were on the flight. For the family members back in Wichita, Kansas, here in Washington, D.C., and throughout the United States and in Russia, we have a Russia contingent, some very talented people, unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're all feeling. Nothing worse. On behalf of the First Lady, myself, and 340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support. In moments like this, the differences between Americans fade to nothing compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken. We're all searching for answers. That icy, icy Potomac, it was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a systematic and comprehensive investigation. Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. about a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the highest possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them, they can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened, because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target, and you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's Diversity and Inclusion Hiring Plan, which says diversity is integral to achieving FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's guidance on diversity hiring were last updated on March 23rd of 22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run the Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive, too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch over those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes. You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more. He's coming in the path. And for some reason, he had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated. And then also, he said, follow him in. And then almost immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in, that means like everything's fine, follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but clear, and clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by. But we had a situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. It did somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane because you had vision of it all the way, perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late. They shouldn't have been at the same height, because if it wasn't the same height, you could have gone under it or over it, and nobody realized, or they didn't say that it's at the same height. At the same height, it still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet higher. It could have been 200 feet lower. But it was exactly at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense, some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as somebody going in essentially the opposite direction. You had a plane that was following a track, which is a track that every other plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close, the preceding plane. But you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives. violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have, and then they changed it back. That was Biden, to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, you know, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local, state, federal, and when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in positions of safety that impact the lives of our loved ones, our family members. And I think you make a really important point on that, Mr. President. That is the motto of your presidency, the best and the brightest, the most intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them that we are going to get to the bottom of this investigation, not in 3 years, not in 4 years, but as quickly as possible, with the NTSB, who is here today, as well as the FAA. What happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. It should not have happened. And when Americans take off in airplanes, they should expect to land at their destination. That didn't happen yesterday. That's not acceptable. And so we will not accept excuses. We will not accept passing the buck. We are going to take responsibility at the Department of Transportation and the FAA to make sure we have the reforms that have been dictated by President Trump in place to make sure that these mistakes do not happen again. And again, I want to thank you for your leadership, Mr. President, and I appreciate the confidence you placed in me. Thank you.
Pete, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Again, I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary said about your leadership. From the moment we found out about this, we were in contact with the White House trying to determine exactly what happened. I would echo it as well. No excuses. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We first and foremost, from the Defense Department, want to pass our condolences to the 64 souls and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers, a young captain, staff sergeant, and a CW2, Chief Warrant Officer, on a routine annual retraining of night flights on a standard corridor for a continuity of government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular basis. Tragically, last night, a mistake was made. And I think the president is right. There was some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it. Thank you.
Very much. JD, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this immediately, but also try to communicate with the American people about what happened. Something the President said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means, on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control, and we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had two planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned at the top of the briefing that there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering the fact there is no direct air travel between the two countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes.
Mr. President.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Ms. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
You're asking me a question about Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem. I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it, but it is a very serious problem.
Mr. President, we don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families?
They are a group of people that have lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming
please.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who is at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was the crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower. We're higher. So if somehow there's a screw up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines Center, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play, and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive order,
Not about this.
On your executive order, you've already issued an executive order you say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hires in the federal government? What's plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. Ice Skating Committee was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real. But the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's
Who said
website.
That, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration too. So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in, and he changed it. And then when I came in 2 days, 3 days ago, I signed a new order, bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
On the website.
Please. Quiet.
Thank you, Mr. Welcome back to the. I'm sorry. You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash.
There's been some reports that one of the pilots in a helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any
I heard
indication?
that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. Have a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations. And the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I try to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training that was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know. But the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a question about the...
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir,
I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were, and that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people. We've already hired some of the people that you've already hired for that position long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter and the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive. But no, we're already hiring people. No, flying is very safe. We have the safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Secretary Duffy, welcome.
Everybody get your hands up in the air. No time to turn around. Guys, you know I'll come around. Time to set your world around. Guys, you know I'll be fine when I come around. California, Los Angeles, Altadena, the Palisades, we are in this together.
Hi, everybody. I'm Billy Crystal. Hello, LA, and everybody watching around the world watching us. Welcome to Fire Aid. We are gathered here at the Kia Forum, which is Steve Ballmer's guest house. And later we'll be over at the fantastic Intuit Dome. Our goal is simple tonight: to raise more money than the Dodgers spent on free agents. Now, all kidding aside, when you donate to fireaidla.org during tonight's broadcast, Steve Ballmer and his wonderful wife Connie will match it dollar for dollar. And just as I was walking on stage, I got word that our first big donation of the night has come in. It's from this band called U2. And it's for $1 million, which really means $2 million, thanks to Connie and Steve. And at home, you too can help us by calling in. We have an amazing evening of dozens of incredible performers coming together to help those in need. And also, you'll be hearing from a number of people who were tragically affected by these fires, and I am one of them. These were the clothes I wore when I fled my house with my wife Janice, like so many of us did on January 7th. It was all I had, wore it for a week, plus an N95 mask. I looked like an evacuee or someone who had just robbed a 7-Eleven. But everybody's been so supportive. This young girl, she must have been 20, came up to me and said she understood my pain because she had lost TikTok for a day. Everybody has a thing. I wanted to be here tonight because a little over 23 years ago, and just a month after 9/11, I was asked to welcome the audience at the Concert for New York at Madison Square Garden. With Ground Zero still smoldering, I walked out to a grieving audience holding up signs with pictures of their loved ones on them, asking, "Have you seen them?" It was all I could do to get my first words out. And tonight, here I am, talking to all of you in pain. But now I'm also one of the hurting thousands asking, have you seen my school? Have you seen my church? Have you seen my house? Have you seen my town? Have you seen the 29 people who lost their lives? Have you seen them? On that night in 2001, we were mourning the loss of hundreds of firefighters and police officers and first responders. Tonight, we are here together to thank them and all those who run towards danger while we run to shelter in safety. Like thousands of you, our house now looked like this. I stepped onto the grounds and I fell to my knees and I wailed. I had not cried like that since I was 15 years old, and I was told that my father had just died. I remember looking in the mirror back then with my whole life ahead of me thinking, what is my life gonna be like without him? Now, folks, I'm 76 years old, without a mirror, and a lot less life to ponder, thinking, what is my life gonna be like without our home? And then I heard screams from my daughters, Dad, 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 Dad. And my girls, Jenny and Lindsay, brought over this rock from a burnt out garden. Years ago, I bought these rocks with one word engraved in them, and placed them around our gardens. They were welcome, patience, dream, and the one I held in my hands, laughter. I learned about the power of laughter back in 1963. In our shiver house, sitting alone, sad little guy, I heard big laughs coming from the family in our modest living room, and I came down the hall to see my dear Uncle Bern in the midst of his sorrow, telling stories and doing magic tricks and making the entire family laugh, and it changed my life. I knew at that moment, even in your worst pain, folks, it's okay, and it's important to laugh. And I dedicated my life then, and my career then has been able to do that throughout very difficult times, and I'm proud of that. But when I held that rock in my hands, this was the only thing that was left. I felt it was a message from that 15-year-old me saying, it's gonna be okay, and it will be okay. With your help around the country and here in the room, we'll laugh again. We're gonna listen to music again, and we will be okay. So tonight, from Altadena to Malibu to the Pacific Palisades, let's show the world who we are. We're Los Angeles, one city, one heart, LA strong. And now, please welcome Alanis Morissette.
I'm free, but I'm focused. I'm green, but I'm wise. I'm hard, but I'm friendly. Baby, I'm sad, but I'm laughing. I'm brave, but I'm chicken shit. I'm sick, but I'm pretty. Baby, and what was shelter? He said no one's really got it figured out just yet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He said I've got one hand in my pocket, and the other one is playing a piano. What all comes down to my dear friends, yeah, 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 is that everything is just fine, 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 fine. 'Cause I've got one hand in my pocket, and the other one is hailing a taxi cab. Thank you so much. I love you, LA, so much. The connections that have been born from this tragedy is deeply heartwarming. And LA is a colorful, wild place. And when things get hard, we come together really hard. And I feel it. First responders and fire peeps everywhere here, we love you. How about getting off of these antibiotics? How about stopping eating when I am full up? How about them transparent dangling carrots?
Two major wildfires are carving a path of destruction through Southern California.
Embers were just flying out of control.
It's heartbreaking to see all of this. Everything is just burned up. Everything is gone.
I woke up at 3 in the morning, and my room was filled with smoke. I knew then that I couldn't stay there. I saw the fires burning, but I didn't know how bad it was in my area. And it wasn't until I was able to get up there and see for myself everything that's just gone. I'm standing on what was my front porch of my home. Everything behind me, my whole house, everything gone. And this is devastating. Everything on my block is just gone. I'm basically starting at zero. I wish it was just a terrible dream, a nightmare, but this is real. Everything I have on right now has been provided for me by somebody else. Everything, down to my underwear and t-shirts. I like to think that we are gonna come back stronger and better than before. You know, I'm a carpenter, and I want to help rebuild Altadena, get those homes back up, and that sense of community to be felt again. There's still bright days ahead, and I look forward to that.
You can hear California in every note of his music. Please welcome Anderson .Paak and the Free Nationals.
1, 2, 3. How you feeling, Los Angeles? Why the hell would you run this thing? Both my hands are tied. Afraid of thinking I've done my own grave. Fuck around with this strange and elusive. Too afraid to lose it. I don't mind this Make some noise for the legend Sheila E, y'all. One more time for my band, the Free Nationals. I go by the name of Anderson .Paak. It's a pleasure to be a part of this epic lineup. I know these are tough times, devastating times. Our hearts go out to everyone in Los Angeles who was affected by the fires. But tonight we showed that we can come together for a great cause. And as far as I'm concerned, this is one of the greatest nights in Los Angeles history tonight. We want to give a big shout out to all the artists who are performing on this stage, all the crew, the organizers, and especially you who came out tonight to provide some aid for the people who need it. Can we keep it going for y'all? Can we keep it going for y'all? Let's get it, come on. I need to see you. Hands up, 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 hands up. Get 'em high, get 'em high, get 'em high, get 'em high. Los Angeles, make some noise. Well, that's exactly what a nigga came for. You taking shots from afar, I'ma meet you at the front door. So hard to remember what you really live for, beauty. But don't I make it look easy? Don't I make it look good? Now you drank up all my liquor, come on. What I'm supposed to do now? And you talking all that shit, no, come on. You gon' have to back it up. If I get too high now, sugar, come on. I might never come down. Say, I wanna get down. Help me out, say. Want that I wanna get down. Come on, come on. Y'all gotta get down. Hands up. Never, ever. It took too long to get this high off the ground. Don't run, just stay a while. Can't beat it, can't beat it, can't beat it, can't beat it with the big bad dough. See it with these pitch black Gucci frames on. I take these bitches off. Let me get the full scope. Hold on. Full screen HD. Let me take another picture. I holla at the pre-show. Cool beans, that's a whole lot of reefer, baby. Now you drank up all my liquor. Come on, what I'm supposed to do now? What I'm supposed to do now? You talk, get all that shit. Come on, you gon' have to back it up. You gon' have to back it up. If I get too high now, sugar, come on, I might never come down. I might never, so you might not ever come down. I wanna get down. Come on, come on. You might not ever come down. You might not ever come down. Let me get down. Let's go. You might never, ever come down. It took too long to get this high off the ground. Don't run, just stay a while. You might never, ever come down. It took too long to get this high off the ground. Don't run, just stay a while. We didn't come to play around tonight. Hell no. Los Angeles, are you still here? Well, I need you to do me a favor, make some noise for my big homie, Dr. Dre! Yeah. Still doing that shit on Dre?
Oh, for sure.
Check me out.
Hey, it's still Dre Day, nigga. AK, nigga. Though I'm grown, I like it, keep it home a lot. Cause when I frequent the spots that I've known to rock, you hear the bass from the truck when I'm on the block. Ladies, they pay homage, but haters say Dre fell off. Oh, nigga, my last album was The Chronic. They wanna know if he still got it. They say rap change. They wanna know how I feel about it.
You ain't up on
Hey,
things.
Dr. Dre is the name. I'm ahead of my game and still pumping my league. Still fuck with the beats. Still not loving police. I still rock them khakis with a governor crease. I still got love for the streets, reppin' 213. Hey,
Still doing my thing since I left, ain't too much change.
And still,
I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world.
And still,
hitting the switches in the low-lows, girl.
Still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the street. It's the DRE.
I'm representing for the gangsters all across the world.
And still,
hitting the switches in the low-lows, girl.
And still taking my time to perfect the beat. And I still got love for the street. It's the DRE. Yeah. How y'all feeling tonight, LA? Make some noise for Anderson .Paak. Make some noise for Sheila E., the legend here. Hell yeah. I want to say this is a magical moment for me. One, I want to take a little bit of time to talk to y'all for a second to show I've got so much love for you guys, and this summer will be the mark of 40 years that I've been in this business. And I appreciate all the love that you guys have been giving me. And the reason why we're here, I appreciate all the first responders and all the firemen that put their lives on the line. I appreciate all that love. You feel me? Yeah. It's all about love for me tonight. But guess what else I got? Hands up!
This one's for you, Los Angeles.
Yeah. Sing this shit. Come on, LA, sing this shit. Come on. In the city of what?
Yeah, city of.
Come on, come on. What? What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Where the fuck am I from?
City of Compton.
Hey, come on,
We
y'all.
keep it rocking, y'all. We keep it rocking, y'all.
Now let me welcome everybody to the Wild Wild West. A state that's untouchable like Elliot Ness. The track hit your eardrums like a slug to your chest. Like a best for your Jimmy in the city is sex. We in a sunshine state where that sunshine be. A place where you never find a dance floor empty. And pierce me on a mission for them greens. Lean, money making machines on the beat. I've been in this game for 40 years making rap tunes. Ever since Honey was wearing nice room, I was 25. They clocked me, watch me, diamond shining, looking like I robbed Liberace. It's all good, from Diego to the Bay. Your city is the shit if your city getting paid. Throw up a finger if you feel the same way. Straight play me down for California.
California.
Come on. Hey, that's what's up.
California.
Come on, y'all.
Hey, hey, it's on the
City.
floor, y'all.
In the city of what?
City of LA.
What? What's up? What's up?
Hey,
Come on, y'all. Now where the fuck am I from?
City of Compton.
Yeah,
We keep it
yeah.
rocking, y'all.
Come on, just take a shake, come on. Come on now. Shake that shit, y'all, come on. Yeah, shake it. Shake it, Cali, come on. Yeah.
Let's take them out, Dre.
Take 'em out, Sheila. Sheila, take 'em out. Come on.
Let's go. Come on. Make some noise for CE. Make some noise for Dr. Dre.
Come on, y'all.
Make some noise for the Free Nationals.
Yeah.
God, Momentum Brown.
Come on.
Los Angeles, we love you.
Go ahead, Sheila, give it to him. Yeah. Thank you. All love, Los Angeles. Appreciate you. No, thank you.
Firefighters are now fighting 5 wildfires at once.
The first night, we were up in Palisades, and the chief just tells you, here's your neighborhood, go find something to save. I've been in the fire service 30 years now. For me, it's in my blood. This is by far the worst fire disaster that I've witnessed. It was just a perfect storm of events. The fires, they were unstoppable. To see all the damage that's happened, neighborhoods wiped out, people have lost everything. You definitely start feeling defeated.
Firefighters desperately have been trying to stop those flames from crossing over the ridge and heading to other major population centers.
Mandeville Canyon, hundreds of houses were threatened within an instant, and we put so many resources up there, aircraft and helicopters and big giant DC-10s.
Get 'em, brothers!
It was 6 hours of a firefight in this canyon, and we lost one home only.
The call to save Los Angeles has been answered by firefighters and other first responders from all over the country.
It's just people who have a heart to give service back to the people, and those are your firefighters, and they want to give back to the community and just help people.
We all owe so much to the fire department for what they do.
These guys are heroes.
God bless.
People come up to us nonstop and they thank us. For me, it's important to thank Water and Power, LAPD, the National Guard. All those people are away from their family just as long as us. Thank them too. Disasters bring communities together. Everybody in LA and Southern California and across America and even the world, they come together to help in time of need. And that ultimately shows what humanity is about.
I can think of no better person to assuage us during this time than the incomparable Joni Mitchell.
And ice cream castles in the air, and feather canyons everywhere. I've looked at clouds that way, but now they only block the sun, and they rain and they snow on everyone. So many things I would have done, oh, but clouds got in my way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's without illusion. I really don't know clouds at all. Moons and Junes and Ferris wheels, the dizzy dancing way that you feel as every fairy tale comes real. I've looked at love that way, but now it's just another show. You leave 'em laughing when you go, and if you care, don't let them know. Don't give yourself away. I've looked at love from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's love's illusions I recall. I really don't know love. I really don't know love at all. Tears and fears and feeling proud to just say I love you right out loud. Dreams and schemes and circus crowds, I've looked at life that way. But now old friends are acting strange. They shake their heads and they say, Joni, you've changed. Well, something's lost, but something's gained in living every day. I've looked at life from both sides now, from win and lose, and still somehow it's life's illusions that I recall. I really don't know life. I really don't know life at all.
Family sanctuaries for nearly 50 years, reduced to ash.
It's been a period of unimaginable change for the Williams family. The Eaton wildfire destroyed generations of their family's Altadena homes.
We go outside, it's just dark and swirling. We knew it was bad.
4 members of the family lost their homes entirely. Despite the long road ahead, they're still finding the light in even the darkest of moments.
It's a blessing that we've been able to all stay together through this. Yeah. Because I don't know what I would do with that.
Yeah.
God is still watching over us. We are so blessed.
Hello, LA. I am Dr. Michelle Williams, and I'm here with my sisters, Crystal, Kim, Dr. Ellen, and my mother, Matilda. We are the Williams family from Altadena. At about 3:30 in the morning, the warning hit our phones. Fast-moving fire, evacuate now. And we did. We grabbed what we could. Pictures, our grandmother's special clock. We collected our father's ashes and his flag from serving in the military. We lived close to one another, and thank goodness we all made it out, including our 47-year-old parrot, Hank. Among the 5 of us standing here, we lost 4 homes, and we're struggling to find places to live. We have ties to the Altadena community going back to 1948, when our grandmother brought her home. We love our community. And right now, we are all grieving immense loss. But there's a sign in the ruins at my mother's home. Everything was destroyed except her front door. It stands at this hour. It's a sign because that door was always open. That door was the gateway to love. While many of us live elsewhere right now, we are bound together to one another, healed by one another because of family and faith. And it's what gives us strength to be here tonight. The next band is from LA, and two of the members and their parents also sadly lost their homes in Altadena. Please help me welcome Dawes.
Suitcase in my hand, and when I'm standing still, I seem to disappear. But maybe that's how I found you. Maybe that taught me exactly what I want. Maybe meeting you this far away from home is what makes it all so clear. But you got that special kind of sadness. You got that tragic set of charms that only comes from time spent in Los Angeles. It makes me want to wrap you in my arms. When people ask me where I come from, to see what it says about a man, I only end up giving bad directions that never lead them there at all. It's something written in the headlights. It is something swimming in my drink. And if I were the moon, it would be exactly where I'd fall. You got that special kind of sadness. You got that tragic set of charms that only comes from time spent in Los Angeles. Makes me want to wrap you in my arms. I used to think that someone would love me for all these places that I've been and the dirt that I've been gathering deep beneath my nails. But now I know what I've been missing, and I'm going home to make it mine. And I'll be battening the hedges and pulling in the sails. 'Cause you got that special kind of sadness. You've got that tragic set of charms that only comes from time spent in Los Angeles. Makes me wanna wrap you in my arms. You got the special kind of sadness. You got that tragic set of charms that only comes from time spent in Los Angeles. Makes me wanna wrap you in my arms. We'd like to welcome to the stage Stephen Stills with Mike Campbell. Something happened here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there telling me I got you beware. Time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Big and strong, ain't nobody right if everybody wrong. Young people speaking their mind, making so much resistance. Far behind, every time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Let's welcome to the stage Mr. Graham Nash.
So pleased to be here. Particularly with the great band Dawes and my partner for so many years, Stephen Stills. You know, there's a very large community here in Los Angeles, made up of many, many musicians. And whenever Los Angeles gets into trouble, the musicians are right there, and I'm proud to be one of them. Must have a code that you can live by, and so become yourself, because the past is just a goodbye. Teach your children well, their father's hell will slowly go by. And feed them on your dreams. The one they pick is the one you know by. Come on, join us here. Don't you ever ask them why. If they told you, you would cry. So just look at them and sigh. Children's hell will slowly go by, and feed them on your dreams. The one they pick is the one you know by. Let me hear ya. Take care of yourself. Take care of one another.
Three dogs trapped in their house alone as the Palisades fire closed in.
I was in San Francisco at the time. My wife, 6, was traveling in Asia.
They had someone taking care of their dogs in the Pacific Palisades, but the dog sitter got stuck. A fire in the vicinity prevented her from getting to their home.
Jonathan Vigliotti was reporting from the Pacific Palisades Charter High School. We live right up the street from there.
This neighborhood under threat right now, at least 5 homes destroyed.
I was in the Palisades showing what was going on within the disaster zone, and I posted something on social media, and Andrea's wife saw that post And they connected with us and said, we've got dogs in our house. Can you go in, break in, and get them? When we got to the street, the houses on the other side of the street from Andrea's were already on fire. We looked at each other and we just knew we have to take action, otherwise those dogs will not survive. So we grabbed a chair, we smashed through the window, and then it was just all action, no thinking.
Hey guys,
There was one right by the door. There was another hiding under a bed. And then the third was growling and did not want to be caught.
come on, we gotta go. Good boy, let's go. Yeah, you were so funny. I understand.
And by the time we got the last dog into the car, there were embers starting to ignite Andrea's home.
Okay, let's go.
Then Andrea's house burned down.
I saw my phone ringing. It was Jonathan. The first thing he said was, we got the dogs.
When we finally reunited Andrea with his dogs, he immediately broke down crying. We did too.
All the adrenaline and fear and anxiety and hope just suddenly released, and we both just broke down in tears.
That's one of the most life-affirming moments.
You know, we don't have kids, but they feel like a part of you.
But I was thinking immediately about all the other people who could not get back into their homes at the time, who were outside of the evacuation zone and could not gain access, who weren't able to have those reunions. In tragedy, we oftentimes find our best version of ourselves, and I think that is on clear display here in Los Angeles.
Los Angeles, help me welcome a true powerhouse, Pete!
That's nice. We are searchlights we can see in the dark. We are rockets pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts. And you sold us down the river too far. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever after? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? We are problems that want to be solved. We are children that need to be loved. We were willing, we came when you called. But man, you fooled us. Enough is enough. Oh, what about us? What about all the times you said you had the answers? What about us? What about all the broken happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about trust? What about us? What about love? Sticks and stones, they may break these bones, but then I'll be ready. Are you ready? It's the start of us waking up. Come on, are you ready? I'll be ready. I don't want control. I want to let go. 'Cause now it's time to let them know. What about us? What about all the times you said you had the answer? What about us? What about all the broken, happy ever afters? What about us? What about all the plans that ended in disaster? What about love? What about trust? What about us? 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 What about us?
Thank you. Thank you. I want to first say thank you to our first responders, and from the bottom of our hearts, I'm very honored to be here on a night like tonight, and I'm very grateful that you all would want to be here to celebrate generosity and love and kindness. I hope we can continue to gather in that spirit. If you're hurting, I'm hurting with you. My heart is with you. I'm going to keep my feet on the ground tonight, and I'm going to sing a couple of songs that bring me comfort, and I hope that they do the same for you all. Thank you for having us.
Busted flat in Baton Rouge, waiting for a train, and I was feeling as faded as my dreams. Bobby thumbed a diesel down just before rain and rode us all the way to New Orleans. I pulled my harpoon out of that dirty red bandana. I was playing soft while Bobby sang the blues. Windshield wipers slapping time. I was home, Bobby's in mine. We sang every song that driver knew. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing, only nothing, honey, it ain't free. Yeah. Oh, feeling good was easy, Lord, when he sang the blues. Oh, feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and Bobby McGee. Yeah. From the Kentucky coal mines to the California sun, yeah, Bobby shared the secrets of my soul. Through all kinds of weather, through everything we've done, Bobby, baby, helped me from the cold world. One day up near Salinas, thought I let him slip away. He's looking for that home, and I hope he finds it. But I trade all my tomorrows for that one single yesterday to be holding Bobby's body next to mine. Freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose. Nothing. Oh, it's only Bobby left me. Oh, yeah. Feeling good was easy, Lord, when he sang the blues. Oh, feeling good was good enough for me. Good enough for me and Bobby McGee. Yeah. La-da-da, la-da-da, la-da-da-da-da, Bobby McGee. Yeah. La-da-da-da-da, la-da-da-da-da.
Thank you. I think I almost just passed out. Okay. Thank you. You guys are awesome. Tonight is so special, so special. I'm so inspired by the love that is happening. All right, this is one of our favorites. We got any Led Zeppelin fans out there? All right, thank God. Babe, I'm gonna leave you. Baby, I'm gonna leave you. I said, baby, you know I'm gonna leave you. Leave you in the summertime. Leave you when the summer comes rolling. Leave you when the summer comes alive. Baby, I don't want to leave you. I ain't joking, woman, I've
Samuel L. Jackson here. I'm kicking off the show down the street at the Intuit Dome. Are you ready to get this going? Yeah. This concert is so big, we had to fill 2 arenas. We're all here to watch some incredible music and hold each other up. The fires were devastating, but the firefighters in this town, from all over this country and even other countries, saved so many lives and so many homes. We've got hundreds of first responders here in the house. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Give it up! Give it up! Yeah! 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 Give it up! Give it up! Even while they fought for us, some of them lost their homes. I'd like for you to meet Chin Yu and his wife and their children, Hudson and Atticus, his wife, Kim.
Thank you, Sam. We live in Altadena, and I've been a Pasadena Fire Department for 18 years. The night of the Eden fire, I saw the glow through the trees. Kim and I got our kids out as soon as we got our orders to evacuate. After they were safe, I went to work. For 16 hours, I fought the flames, and they were unlike anything any of us have ever experienced. When we finally got a break, I immediately went to check on my house, and it was gone. A few days later, I started combing through the ashes, and I found my wedding ring. I always take it off for work, and I never thought I'd get it back. But I'm not the only firefighter who lost their home. But what I keep hearing is this: we're not going anywhere. We will rebuild. I believe we will, and we can.
We love our firefighters, and we need to help them right now. So go to the website and give what you can. All the money that's raised will go directly to people who need help in the short term and for the long-term effort to get this city back on its feet. And now, to kick off the music at the Intuit Dome is 2-time Rock and Roll Hall of Famer and my ex-neighbor, Sir Rod Stewart!
May the good Lord be with you down every
person's doing on the stage tonight, but I lived here for 50 years. 50 years. So this Los Angeles, California is my blood, in my soul, and in my heart. Now here's a new song, not. It's late September and I really should be back at school. I know I keep you amused, but I feel I'm being used. Oh, Maggie, I couldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from home, 'cause you didn't wanna be alone. You stole my heart, and that's what really hurts. Now listen. The morning sun, when it's in your face, really shows your age. That don't worry me none, in my eyes show everything. I laughed at all of your jokes. My love, you didn't need to coax. Oh, Maggie, I couldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from my home, just to save you from being alone. You stole my soul, and that's what really hurts. I suppose I could collect my books and get on back to school. Steal my daddy's cue, make a living out playing pool. Find myself a rock and roll band that needs a helping hand. Oh, Maggie, I wished I'd never seen your face. You made a first-class fool out of me. I'm as blind as a fool can be. You stole my soul, but I love you anyway. Thank you for being here for this tremendous cause. Thanks, Irvin Azoff and the family. This next song was written during the civil uprising in the 1960s, and I think this one is apropos for this evening. This one, People Get Ready. People get ready. There's a train a-coming. You don't need no baggage. You just get on board. All you need is faith to hear the diesels humming. Don't need no ticket. You just thank the Lord. People get ready for the train to Georgia, picking up passengers from coast to coast. Faith is the key. Open the doors and all. There's room for all. Together most. Yeah. For the hopeless sinner who would hurt all mankind just to save his own. Have pity on those whose chances grow thinner, for there's no hiding place from the kingdom's throne. People get ready, there's a train a-coming. You don't need no bag. You just get on board. All you need is faith to hit diesels humming. Don't need no ticket. You just thank the Lord. Donate, my friends, donate. Thank you for being here. Good night. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, and every other gender that absolutely exists, I give you the incredible John Mayer.
Sky blue gets dark enough to see the colors of the city lights. A trail of ruby red and diamond white, handsome like a sunrise. She comes take the beats, it's always heavy into everything. She comes and goes and comes and goes like no one can. She comes and goes and no one knows she's slipping through my hands. She's always buzzing just like neon, 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 neon. Who knows how long, how long, how long she can go before she comes and she goes like no one can. She comes and she goes. She's slipping through my hands. She's always passing just like neon, 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 neon. Who knows how long, how long, how long she can go before she found a way. She found a way. She can go before she burns away. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here tonight. Thank you. Gravity is working against me. And gravity wants to bring me down. Oh, I never know. Oh, it makes us man with all the love that his heart can stand. Dream of ways to throw it all away. Oh, oh, gravity is working against me. Ooh, yeah. And gravity down. Well, now twice as much ain't twice as good, and it can't sustain like one half could. It's wanting more that's gonna send me to my knees. Twice as much, ain't twice as good. You know that it can't sustain like a one I could. Oh, it's wanting more, gonna send me to my knees. Gravity, stay from me. Oh, no, gravity has taken better man than me. Now how can that be? Just keep me where the light is. Just keep me where the light is. Just keep me where the light is. Come on, keep me where, now keep me where the light is. Keep us all where the light is. Keep you all where the light is. Keep us all where the light, where the light, where the light, where the light is. Come on, keep us where the light is. Oh, where the light is. Thank you very much. This is a Tom Petty song. And for me and so many others growing up, this was our first insight into the dream of living in California. And it is a dream. And for those whose dreams have broken, those whose dreams have not, we will get together tonight and many other nights to make sure those dreams are repaired. She's a good girl, loves her mama, loves Jesus and America too. She's a good girl, crazy about Elvis, loves horses and her boyfriend too. Oh, yeah. And it's a long day, even in receipt. And I'm a bad boy, 'cause I don't even miss her. I'm a bad boy for breaking her heart. Now I'm free. falling and falling and falling. All that I know is I'm falling, falling, falling. I'm free falling, falling. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
I love you, Los Angeles and surrounding areas. Thank you very, very much.
Hi, I'm Quinta Brunson. Thanks, guys. The fires all over LA have destroyed homes and schools, disrupting education for thousands. They've taken an immeasurable toll on our children, parents, and the people with one of the most important and toughest jobs in the world, teachers. Yeah. Right now, I'd like you to meet one of them, a math teacher, Aurora Barboza Flores.
Thank you, Quinta. Good evening, everybody. It took me 21 years to save for a down payment. My hard work paid off. 5 years ago, I purchased my dream home in Altadena, and I was embraced by the community. So now I've lost more than my home. I've lost my community too. I was so proud to be a homeowner, so proud to have a place to call my own in this city. During the fire, it got so windy, I had to evacuate. I kept hearing about friends and neighbors who lost their homes. So I borrowed a bike, put on a mask and goggles, and went to see the house for myself. The destruction of the fire in Altadena made it look like a war zone. Power lines down, homes and cars burnt. My house on Glen Rose Avenue was gone. Everything was gone. But I did manage to find one thing, a dish that I used to keep my jewelry in. It had an inscription which reads, "I think I'll just be happy today."
That's right.
Sometimes that's all we can do. Even though it's hard, there are moments that get us through. Moments like tonight.
That's right. Everybody, let's thank Aurora and all the teachers out there right now. Yes. Look at that. Yes. Amazing. Thank you. So, listen up. Give what you can. 100% of the money given to the fire aid goes to short-term relief and long-term efforts to rebuild. The info is on the screen. And now, one of the greatest groups of all time, I can't believe I'm standing next to them, Earth, Wind, and Fire!
Everybody put your hands in the air. Wave that love. Here we go. Hearts of fire. Yes, love's desire. Take you higher. To the world you belong. Hearts of fire. Yes, love's desire. Higher. To your place on the throne. Come together on this special day. This love message loud and clear. Ooh.
suffer day. While future past they disappear. Oh no. In your heart and soul, I don't hesitate, 'cause the world seems cold. Stay in your heart. You never, never, that's the way of the world. You plant your flowers, you grow a pearl. Child is born with a heart and soul. Way of the world. All my shining stars, make some noise. Yeah. Hey. Will you wish upon a star? Dream take you very far, yeah. Will you wish upon a dream? Life ain't always what it seems, oh yeah. What you say your nights are clear. It's a sky so very dear. Oh yeah, y'all sing. Shine star, no matter who you are, shine bright to see. But you can truly be, shining star for you to see. What you like and everybody clap your hands. Shining star for you to see. What you like and everybody clap your hands. Shining star for you to see. What your life can truly be. Shining star for you to see. What your life can truly be. Is there a party over here? Is there a party up there? Where's the party, y'all? Everybody jump. Do you remember 20 Kia Forum. You've been a fantastic audience tonight. Once again, are you ready to rock? In that case, let me introduce you to the Black Crows.
Yeah. Los Angeles. It feels good. It feels good. It's a rock and roll remedy. You sit still. Look at that bird up on the windowsill. I do the rings and that they broke his back. Tell my girl to go baby enough about that. Now I'm gonna bring it on, take us like a dream. Why won't you never tell me just what I mean?
please welcome to the stage Mr. John Fogerty.
How y'all doing? I'm so happy to be here. I'm very happy you are here too. I thank these fellas for backing me up, playing a song with me. Thank you guys and gals. Well, this song has a rainbow in it, and it's just for you. Someone told me long ago there's a calm before a storm. I know, and it's been coming for some time. When it's over, so they say, it'll rain a sunny day. I know, shining down like water. I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? I wanna know, have you ever seen the rain? Coming down a sunny day. Yesterday and days before, sun is cold, the rain is hot. Hey, been that way for all my time. Till forever on it goes, through the circle fast and slow. Hey, and it can't stop. I wonder. Here we go. Have you ever seen the rain? You want beautiful. Well, have you ever seen the rain? Yeah, sunny day. Have you ever seen the rain? Coming down the sunny day. All right, thank y'all so much. God bless you.
All right. Everybody comes up and says it. He needs no introduction. Everybody has come up tonight and said it, but I'm going to say it too, and we're going to say it thanks to the first responders for putting their lives on the line. And we're going to play a little something we thought was appropriate for the evening.
flies on a big jet plane. Never let them tell you that they're all the same. Oh, the sea was red and the sky was gray. Wondered how tomorrow could ever follow today. Mountains and the canyons start to tremble and shake. Children of the sun began to awake. Watch out. Seems like the wrath of the gods got a punch in the nose and it started to flow. I think I might be singing. Oh, throw me a line if I reach it in time. Meet you up there where the path runs straight and find a queen without a king. They say she plays guitar, cries and sings. Oh, la 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 la. Ride a white mare, the footsteps of dawn. Trying to find a woman, never, never, never been born. Standing on a hill in my mountain of dreams, telling myself it's not as hard, hard, hard as it seems. No. Thank you, thank you.
Here, joining Aaron Desner, is Gracie Abrams.
Two August ago, I told the truth over you didn't like it. You went home. You're in your bench, I'm by the gate. Now you go alone, charm all the people they train before you. Meanwhile, but in love, and I'll make it known like I'm getting paid. That's just the way life goes. I like to slam doors closed. Trust me, I know it's always about me. I love you, I'm sorry. 2 summers from now, well, I've been talking, but not all that often. Cool now. I'll be on a boat, you're on a plane, going somewhere sane. And I'll have a drink, wistfully lean out my window and watch the sunset on the lake. I might not feel real, but it's okay. 'Cause that's just the way life goes. I push my luck, it shows. Thankful you don't send someone to kill me. I love you, I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, LA. How you doing? We feel so lucky to be in this room with all of you tonight. I just want to say I grew up in the Palisades, and my heart is with all of my neighbors and everyone in Altadena, and we're just so deeply blown away by and grateful for all the first responders and all the firefighters who have put their lives on the line to protect all of us. And I think that this is just such a beautiful reflection of what music does, is bring people together in this way, and I'm just inspired by all of you in this community, and I love Los Angeles very much. It is home, so we feel very lucky to be here with you. And this next song is a song by Counting Crows, and it's a love letter to LA. It's called A Long December.
Long December, and there's reason to believe maybe this year will be better than the last. I can't remember the last thing that you said as you were leaving, and the days go by so fast. And it's one more day up in the canyon, and it's one more night in Hollywood. And if you think that I could be forgiven, I wish you would. Na 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 na, yeah. Smell hospitals in winter, and the feeling that it's all a lot of oysters and no pearls. And all at once you look across a crowded room to see the way that light attaches to a girl. And it's one more day up in the canyon, when it's one more night in Hollywood. If you think you might come to California, I think you should. Na 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 na, yeah. Oh, na 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 na, yeah. Drove up to Hillside Manor sometime after 2 a.m. and talked a little while about the year. I guess the winter makes you laugh a little slower, makes you talk a little lower about the things you could not show her. And it's been a long December, and there's reason to believe maybe this year will be better than the last. I can't remember all the times I tried to tell myself to hold on to these moments as they pass. And it's one more day up in the canyon, and it's one more night in Hollywood. It's been so long since I've seen the ocean. Thank you so much, LA. We love you.
You can't have a concert for SoCal without this band, no doubt.
Los Angeles! Fire 2025! You looking at me? I said, are you looking at me? Take this pink ribbon off my eyes. I'm exposed. It's no big surprise. Don't you think I know exactly where I stay? This world is forcing me to adore. Hey, 'cause I'm just a girl. I'd rather not be, 'cause they won't let me die there. Nah, I'm just a girl. I put in for tea. Oh, don't let me out of your sight. Whoa, I'm heading up to it. The moment that I step aside, so many reasons for me to run and hide. I can't do the little things I hold so dear, 'cause it's all those little things that I feel. But I'm just a girl, I'd rather not be, 'cause they won't let me drive there. Nah, I'm just a girl, guess I'm some kind of freak, 'cause they all stay with their us. I'm just a girl, take a good look at me, just your no typical prototype. Here we go. Whoa, I'm headed up to it. Let's go. Here we go, here we go. Whoa, am I making myself clear? Am I making myself clear? I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. We love Los Angeles. We love you, LA. All right, I was thinking, because we love LA so much, I thought that tonight I could have all the guys, all the LA boys sing with me. Can we do that tonight? Tony, can we do that tonight? All right, here we go. But just boys. Just boys. Are you ready? I'm just a girl. Was that good? Let me do it. Let's try one more time. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. That's pretty good. That's LA good. Yeah, pretty good. But for boys, where are my LA girls at? Where are my LA girls at? Let's do this. I want my ears to bleed, okay? I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl in LA. 'Cause that's all that you let me. You and me, we used to be together every day, together, always. I really feel that I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks so letting go. And if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, I know just what you see. So please stop explaining and don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, and I know what you're thinking, and I don't need your reason. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Our memories, they can be invited, but some are brought together mighty frightening. Words die, both you and I. With my head in my hands, I see you cry. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying. So please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. No, don't speak, and I know what you're thinking. Oh, I don't need your reason. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. It's not ending. I gotta stop pretending who we are. You and me, I can see us dying. Are we? Don't speak, know just what you're saying. So please stop explaining and don't tell me 'cause it hurts. No, don't speak. I know what you're thinking, and I don't need your reason. And don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. I know what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't speak, don't speak, don't speak. Oh, I know what you're thinking, and I don't need your reason. I know you're good, I know you're good, I know you're real good. Come on. Tell me, 'cause it hurts. Get your hands up in the air. Los Angeles, get your hands up in the air. Look at that. Look at you. Look at you. Think that we could connect, like chemistry's correct. has gone too deep, and you wake me in my sleep, and my dreams become nightmares because you're ringing in my ear. Sorry, I'm not home right now. I'm walking in the spider web, so leave a message and I'll call you back. Alright, the story. I'll leave a message and I'll call you back. And it's all your fault. I scream my phone calls. No matter who calls. I scream my phone calls. Ooh. A spider web, leave a message and I'll call you back. I'm walking in the spider web. I leave a message and I'll call you back. Oh, it's all your fault. No matter who calls, I gotta scream my phone call. Oh, it's all yours. Los Angeles, California, put your hands up in the air. Let's go. Look how beautiful you are! No matter who calls, I gotta scream my phone call. It's all your fault. It's all your fault.
The nation's second largest school district is dealing with damage.
A dozen schools have been destroyed in the Palisades and Eaton fires.
Kids cannot go to school. Kids and grown-ups, they don't have anywhere to live.
Now, thousands of children across the burn zones are waiting to hear about when they can return to class.
The principal said maybe Thursday, because they still have to clear it, I guess.
And what grade are you in?
5th. I was born and raised in Altadena, and pretty much everything got burned down. I lost all my Legos, my Braille stuff, a computer, a keyboard. I don't really miss anything I lost. I just miss where we lived.
We had a nice home, huh?
Yeah.
Make you think of it, huh?
That was our home for the 10 years that I've been alive. It's gonna be kind of hard for someone like me to learn a new house. I can hear better than anyone I know, I think. Cause I can hear a siren from farther away than anyone I know can. I'm kind of excited for our park to get rebuilt. Me and my mom went there like almost every day to ride my bike or my scooter. I love helping people. Everyone comes together in situations like this and works together. I just hope that we can build our community bigger and better.
Hello, Los Angeles! I'm Grayson, and this is my mom, Terica. I'm so excited to be here with you all tonight. And I want to thank all the artists for jumping in to help. The fire took a lot. But as I told everyone when we were staying at my uncle's, when life gives you lemons or burnt houses, you make lemonade.
To the people of Altadena, we will come back stronger.
Get ready, everybody. I'm excited to introduce Ted McRae. talking too much about yourself. But you should have told me that you were thinking about someone else. You're drunk at a party, or maybe it's just that your car broke down. Your phone's been off for a couple months, so you're calling me now. I know you like this. When shit don't go your way, you needed me to fix it. And like me, I did. But I've been out of every reason. Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where'd you get the nerve? Yeah, you could say you miss all that we had, but I don't really care how bad it hurts when you broke me. Took a while, was in and out when I first heard that you moved on quicker than I could ever, you know that hurt. So for a while I was staring at my phone just to see your name, but now that it's there, I don't really know what to say. I know you like this. When shit don't go your way, you needed me to fix it. And like me, I did. But I've been out of every reason. Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where'd you get the nerve? Yeah, you could say you miss all that we had, but I don't really care how bad it hurts when you broke me first. What did you think would happen? What did you think would happen? I'll not let you have it. What did you think would happen? Now suddenly you're asking for it back. Could you tell me where'd you get the nerve? Yeah, you could say you miss all that we had, but I don't really care how bad it hurts when you broke me. You broke me Hi everyone, my name is Tate. So nice to meet you guys. This is such an absolute honor to be performing here tonight. I moved to Los Angeles 4 years ago with a dream to become a musician, and I feel so lucky and blessed to now call it my home. It's been a really devastating start of the year, but I think what we all can agree on is how much we've come together has been a pretty magical thing to watch. And I'm so grateful to just be a part of this and for every single person who showed up tonight and every artist who performed. Thank you. We're now gonna sing a cover of Don't Dream It's Over. There's freedom within, there's freedom without. Try to catch the deluge in the paper cut. There's a battle ahead, many battles ever lost, but you'll never see the end of the road. Traveling with me. Hey now, don't dream it's over. Hey now, when the world comes in, they come to build a wall between us. We know they won't win. In my car, there's a hole in the roof. My possessions are causing me suspicion, but there's no proof. In the paper today, there's a variety of ways Keep it going for Jelly Roll. Love you guys. Thank you.
I am honored to bring some country music to the Fire Aid tonight. What's up, Los Angeles?
I am not okay. I'm barely getting by. I'm losing track of days. I'm losing sleep at night. And I am not okay. I'm hanging on the rails. So if I say I'm fine, just know that I learned to hide it well. I know I can't be the only one who's holding on for dear life. God knows I know when it's all said and done, I'm not okay, but it's all gonna be alright. It's not okay, but we're all gonna be alright. Ain't that right, California? I woke up today, I almost stayed in bed. I had the devil on my back and voices in my head. Some days it ain't all bad, some days it all gets worse. Some days I swear I'm better off laying in that dirt. Come on! I know I can't be the only one who's holding on for dear life. But God knows I know when it's all said and done, I'm not okay, but it's all gonna be alright. It's not okay, but we're all gonna be alright. Gonna be alright. We're gonna be alright. Listen to me. I know one day we'll see the other side. The pain will wash away in a holy water time, and we're all gonna be alright. Come on, rock with me. I know I can't be the only one who's holding on for dear life. But God knows I know when it's all said and done. I see you. I'm not okay, but it's all gonna be alright. It's not okay, but we're all gonna be alright. I'm not okay, it's be alright. Yes! My name is Jason Jelly Roll D. Ford. I am from Nashville, Tennessee, and it is an honor to be here tonight. But I think it's important while I'm on this stage that I sing one of my favorite songs by one of my favorite songwriters about one of my favorite cities in America. But it would only be right if I did it with somebody from Los Angeles, California, so I would like to bring my big brother, Mr. Travis Barker, out to play the drums tonight. Travis, what you say we play a little something for them Hollywood nights, baby?
stood there bright as the sun on that California coast. He was a Midwestern boy on his own. She looked at him with those soft eyes so innocent and blue. He knew right then he was too far from home. Oh yes I am, baby! Woo! She took his hand and she led him along that golden beach. They watched the waves tumble over the sand. They drove for miles and miles up those twisted and turning roads. Higher and higher and higher they climbed. You know this? In those Hollywood nights, in those Hollywood hills, she was looking so right. In her diamonds and frills, in those big city nights, in those Hollywood hills, above all the lights, she had all of the skills. He headed west 'cause he felt that a change would do him good. Y'all know what I'm talking about. See some old friends, it'd be good for the soul. She had been born with a face that would let her get away. He lost that face and he lost all control. Yeah, he lost all control. Night after night, day after day, it went on and on. Then came that morning, he woke up alone. He spent all night staring down at the lights of LA, wondering if he could ever go home. No, I'm not, baby. In those Hollywood nights, in those Hollywood hills, it was looking so right. It was giving it chills. In those big city nights, in those Hollywood hills, above all the lights, with a passion that kills. In them Hollywood nights, in them Hollywood hills, oh them Hollywood nights, them Hollywood nights, them Hollywood nights. Come on, Los Angeles! Hollywood nights, Hollywood nights, them Hollywood nights. One of the greatest ever doing Travis Barker! We love you, Los Angeles!
She is LA rock royalty and one of my favorite artists of all time, Stevie Nicks!
Thank you. I have been on the road for 2 solid years, and I've just been off for about 3 or 4 weeks right before the fire started. Thank you. I love you too. And I'm going to go a little bit rogue here and actually talk to you about what happened. I have something here that I have to read because it's important, but I want you to know, for the first time in my life, knowing that I was a full-on Pacific Palisadian woman with an old, beautiful, famous house that was almost taken from me as the fire came up the hill behind my house. And I was pretty sure as they whisked me away and evacuated me, my least favorite word now, to another safe place, that when I turned around and looked, my house would be up in flames. And due to the fact that my house was wood, because it was built in 38, it would have set the rest of the whole street on both sides on fire. So she stands strong, just like her mom. And in my opinion, she saved that whole street. And so when I look at her now, I I have yet to go back inside. I've just walked around the house and seen it. And just to go like, you know what, there is a God. Sometimes when you think that everything is lost, you have to believe, even if you're not religious, you have to go, there is a God, and that God saved that house for me, because without her, I don't know what I would have done. So I wanted to share that story with you. And now, the reason it got saved is because it was a team from Santa Rosa, the Santa Rosa firefighters, that saved her. And they never gave up, I have to tell you, not just on my house, but on the whole side of the whole mountain canyon that was coming up towards us. And so I'd like to dedicate this next song to all of those firefighters, because until you really see it happen, you can't believe it. You just simply cannot believe the bravery of these men, Captain Dean especially. So I'd like to dedicate this song to them. It's called Landslide. Took my love and I took it down. Climbed a mountain and I turned around. And I saw my reflection in the snow-covered hills, till the landslide brought me down. Oh, mirror in the sky, what is love? Can the child within my heart rise above? And can I sail through the changing ocean tides? Can I handle the seasons of my life? I don't know. Oh, well, I don't know. Well, I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. Oh, but the time makes you bolder. Children get older. I'm getting older too. Yes, I'm getting older too. So I've been afraid of changing, 'cause I built my life around you. Oh, but the time makes you bolder, and the children, they get older. I'm getting older too. Oh, yes, I'm getting older too. So take this love, take it down. Oh, if you climb that mountain and you turn around, if you see my reflection in the snow-covered hills, well, the landslide will bring it down, down. And if you see my reflection in the Thank you. For a girl who lives on the stage, it's very nerve-wracking. Just like a white-winged dove, sing the songs and that she's singing. Just like a white-winged dove, sing the songs and that she's singing. And the days go by like a strand in the wind, in the web that is my own. I begin again. Said you're my friend, baby. You know nothing else better. He was no more than a baby that. Well, he seemed broken hearted. It was something within him. Ooh, but the moment that I first laid eyes on him, all alone somewhere, just out on the edge of 17. Just like the white-winged dove, sing the songs that like she's singing. Just like the white-winged dove, sing the songs that like she's singing. Well, then suddenly there was no one left standing in the cold. Well, in a cloud of tears that no one really ever heard from. I went searching for an answer up the stairs and down the hall. Did not find an answer, but I did hear the call of a night bird. Thank you, everybody. You have been totally a pleasure to play for and an awesome audience. And take care of yourselves. Most important, what I mostly care about is just really take care of yourselves. We love you. I'm just moving. I don't understand exactly why. This is easy.
And now, accompanied by the Pasadena Chorale from Altadena, my friend, Mrs. Katy Perry!
I won't just survive. Oh, you will see me thrive. Can write my story. I'm beyond that archetype. I won't just conform. No matter how you shake my core. 'Cause my roots, they run deep. Oh, we have so little faith. Don't doubt it, don't doubt it. Victory is in my veins. I know it, and I wanna negotiate. I'll fight it, I will transform. When the fire's at my feet again, and the vultures all start circling, they're whispering, you're out of time, but still I rise. This is no mistake, no accident. When you think the final nail is in, think again. Don't be surprised, I will still rise. Thank you so much to the Pasadena Chorale. California, we always rise. And we always roar, don't we? Let's go. I used to bite my tongue and hold my breath, scared to rock the boat and make a mess. So I said quietly, I agreed politely. I guess that I forgot I had a choice. I let you push me past a breaking point. I stood for nothing, so I fell for everything. You held me down, but I got up, already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound, like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. Get ready, 'cause I've had enough. I see it all, I see it now. Sing it. I got the eye of the tiger, a fighter, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar louder, louder than a lion. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me roar. Sing it. You're gonna hear me roar. Now I'm floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. I earned my stripes. I went from zero to my own hero. You held me down, but I got up, already brushing off the dust. You hear my voice, you hear that sound, like thunder gonna shake the ground. You held me down, but I got up. I see it all, I see it all, sing it. I am the tiger, a fighter, dancing through the fire. 'Cause I am a champion, and you're gonna hear me
You guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to be here to participate in such an incredible, uplifting event. Can we keep this energy going forever? This is what makes us human. This is what separates us from the robots. This is humanity, this is love, this is kindness, and I have been so inspired by how quickly our community organized to help all of our neighbors in need. It really reminds me that the people have the power. California, you are such a unique state, and I am so proud. Are you so proud to be a California girl? Okay, let's go. Let's show them how proud we are. Let's go! Let's see you dance. Come on. Let's go. I know a place. Sing it. That's right. Whoa, wait, wild. There must be something in the water. Sipping giant juice, laying underneath palm trees. The boys break their necks, trying to crave a little sneak peek. Hannah's, you can trample the world, but nothing comes close. Sing it! We're unforgettable. Daisy Dukes, bikinis on top. Sun-kissed skin so hot, we'll melt your popsicle. California girls, we're undeniable. Fine, fresh beers, we got it on lock. West Coast represent. Now put your hands up if you love California. Let's go. California, California girls, California, California girls, California. Thank you. God bless you. LA, we love you.
These dire scenes are playing out all across LA County. But evidence of resilience emerges. Neighbors uniting in their own firefight, banding together.
When you see your next door neighbor's house on fire, it's really hard not to try to help out.
When the Palisades fire took off, we fought the fires together. I had never met Michael.
No, I met Chris, who was a complete stranger in front of my house.
I kept on hearing on the news that there was only one way in and one way out. I got in my car, I found a house, it was on fire. I got a garden hose on it until the firefighters came up.
My dad's a 35-year veteran fireman, and I don't know if it was the blood in him that got to me, but I just wanted to get over there as quickly as I could.
We found a car that was running, and we used that as our fire truck.
He was adamant, I was adamant. We were not letting this neighborhood go down.
This was something that we were gonna do, and we're gonna
do it together.
We're gonna do it together.
All night long, going into people's backyards, putting out ember fires. Without the two of us together, I don't think I could have done it solo.
There's a lot of emotion going on. I mean, we're gonna be connected forever on this. Yeah. We had one night, and this is not our profession. So I just, to all the firefighters and first responders out there, you're amazing, and thank you for all the work that you did.
Everybody knows the Palisades is a very tight-knit community.
This is part of my soul. I've been there since I was a little kid.
This community is strong. It's gonna thrive. It's gonna come back.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for people for coming out and for the folks who put this show on. I'd like to introduce Joan Jett. Welcome to Schlagers. Thanks, Joan. Violet Grohl. Come on down.
Hi, LA.
It's not just homes and humans that are being impacted by these fires, but also innocent animals.
Right over here, Joab, you can see more people coming with their horses.
It's not just about protecting people and property. Pets also need relief from these fires.
She couldn't get the cat out from under the bed, and so she had to make a choice.
But among the tragic destruction, there are glimmers of hope and heroism.
Initially, my dad and I had came up to check on our house and our neighbor's horse, Sovereignty. Helping my neighbors is definitely important to me. They helped me a lot in my riding career, and I was really worried about Sovereignty. He's definitely a spooky horse. The fire was burning everywhere around, and I was like, oh, this is not gonna be okay. They had already tried to evacuate Sovereignty, but they couldn't get him into the trailer. He was too scared to get in. And so once we were up here, I knew the only way to get him down was to ride him out of the canyon to safety.
Which way's safer?
I think that way.
My dad was kind of skeptical at first.
I didn't think it was a great idea for us to be driving through all that crazy terrain, but when Kalinda decides she's doing something, there's no telling her no.
Sovereignty was really nervous. The fire was burning everywhere around. A lot of telephone poles down, rocks in the road, traffic coming through really fast because everybody was getting out. Every time he got a little spooked, I hopped down and gave him a little comfort, and we walked him through and then got back. Like that the whole time, but I knew that was the only way to get him down. We ended up riding Sovereignty 10 miles. Once I got him to safety, I felt really relieved that he was going to be safe because stuff can be replaced that I don't think animals can.
All right, Intuit Dome. It's time to get on your feet for one of hip-hop's hottest artists, Lil Baby.
Hands up right now. So sorry. Baby, I'm so sorry. Baby, I'm so sorry. Baby, I'm so sorry. Make some noise for the baby. I thought you was my friend. I thought we was locked in, but that's what I get for always thinking you really was my twin. I put over time in, been talking to God, trying to shake this skin. Got me telling on your skin, I ain't trying to force it. I'm knowing that all good things come to an end. I got so many questions, oh, you got the answers, but I just don't know how I should act. Like what you was doing when I called and you didn't answer. I seen the new hermits on your arm, where you get that from? And why you always half naked up on your platform? You told me he tried, but you ain't go. You think I'm back on? You ready to see me moving on? You think you back now? I take advantage of it. Who really care for you? I left 10,000 roses on the staff for you. Hope you don't slip and follow my love. Take care of your bitch, you don't gotta worry about none. How with your friends on the first of the run. No inconsistencies, I'm there for you constantly. Starting to think you don't run for me. Ain't talking weeks, how the you gon' run for me? Know what they said, but I'm saying it wasn't me. Always important, they say that you done for me. Without me, I don't see how you function. Baby, let's get flying, go to a new planet. Won't see nobody. I'm with some no killers, man. Don't pay for Brody like 4 bodies. Remember my notes naughty, now I do 2 shows and go couple Bugatti. I know that you're so tired of my apologies, but baby, I'm so sorry. Baby, let's get fly and go to a new planet, we won't see nobody. I'm with some no killers and I don't pay for Brody like 4 bodies. Remember my notes naughty, now I do 2 shows and go couple Bugatti. I know that you're so tired of my apologies, but baby, I'm so sorry. Baby, I'm so sorry. Baby, I'm so sorry, baby, I'm so sorry, baby, I'm so sorry. Baby, I'm so sorry, baby, I'm so sorry. You only sorry because you got caught. Seen you with him and some that I bought. Ain't tripping about it, ain't sipping about it. You know you the flyers, you really the one. Turn off my phone, get some peace on the island. She anti-social with me, she be wildin'. Cold-blooded gangsta, I still got emotions. Though vintage Chanel, we went shopping in Tokyo. Spending time with you, whining, dining you. Spend my life with you, I won't lie to you. I admire you, what's that fire for you? You ever been with a soldier? I overly mold you, that other. Oh no, I know I was gonna have you one day. I told you I'm not the guy they try to make me. I showed you. I made the whole world talk about you. I told you I love on you. I always don't go apart by you. Every new car just to say that you got it. I'm on your side. I buy it and you pride. Everything we do pride. Let's go to Dubai. Baby, let's get fly and go to a new planet. We won't see nobody. I'm with some no killers and I don't pay for Brody like 4 bodies. Remember my notes naughty. Now I do 2 shows and go couple Bugatti. I know that you're so tired of my apologies, but baby, I'm so sorry. fly and go to a new planet. We want some nobody. I want some no killers, and that's all on paper, bro. They like 4 bodies. Remember my nose snotty, now I do 2 shows and go out with Bugatti. I know that you're so tired, and my apologies, but baby, I'm so sorry. 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 LA, how y'all doing tonight? Before I go to my next song, I want to just say my heart goes out to everybody affected by the fires. And I want to give a super, super shout out and a round of applause to the first responders around the world.
Hands up right now. You know this at home, we gonna sing along with the baby one time. On 3. Right side, left side, in the back. 1, 2.
A love letter came through the mail. It said I miss you. I ripped it up and fleshed with the tissue, trying to forget you. I ain't got nothing against you. We human, we all got issues. But I'm tired of being tired. That part of me didn't die. I see it and I don't act like I'm blind. I'm confident it won't be one of mine. I know emotions come with lies, so I tell the truth all the time. Ain't got no sympathy for no. I admit that I'm rich. Jumping up on stages, I get 200 occasions. Bro, ain't really the game where we make shut they trap down. They say how I made it, I'm the reason they won't rap now. See me out in traffic, make a hater pull his hands down. The biggest OG salute me, the stylist can't even style me. The robbers probably wanna get me. I'm hopping out Lamborghinis, the youngest turn in my city. They try me, I get it. Some of this still would happen if I never started rapping. My people know steady trapping and they still be getting active. I tell them to chill. I'm trying to run up these M's, pay cash and then he post the cribs. I can't show nobody where my mama live. That's how I supposed to feel. My niece just asked me what's my diamond drill. I said of course. I just played the hands that I was dealt. They had to force it. All around the world they know it's me. They hear my voice. And I done it all in a pair of DRs. Yeah. Young age, learn how to get paid. Big stage, long way from session A. Big wave, he gon' have to get saved. Riding on foreign, cheapin' on a forest. I know I went there for you, at least I said I'm sorry. You know what it was, I told you that I was honest. I'm emotionally scarred, that ain't even your fault. But don't listen to them haters tryna fill it with salt. All this revenue coming in, I probably never spend. I just bought my BMW Benz, now that's another Benz. I just cut off all of my friends and brought my brothers in. I don't see nobody but me, who I'm gonna lose to. I can't move around without tools, these loose screws. I can see me taking the lead over the new school. They remember me from selling weed at my old school. Only hit it once and now it's old news. Grew up with new, make my track called Nipsey Blue. If I get one, you get one too. I really move, how bosses move. I never call myself a goat, I leave that up to the people. Everybody can't go to the top, I had to lead some people. I'ma be forever scheming. Woke up, I thought I was dreaming. Watch my little boy play with toys. I just dropped a tear joy. Some shit that I feel for. I've been going crazy with this scoring, call me baby hard. They say I'll be great, I guess I'm ready for it. Young age, learn how to get paid. Big stage, long way from session A. Big wave, he gon' have to get saved. Riding on foreign, she been on the forest. I know I went there for you, at least I said I'm sorry. You know what it was, I told you that I was honest. I'm emotionally scarred, it ain't even your fault. But don't listen to them haters tryna feel.
One more time.
All this revenue age, learn how to get paid. Big stage, long way from session A. Big wave, he gon' have to get saved. Riding on fire, she been on the forest. I know I went there for you, at least I said I'm sorry. You know what it was, I told you that I was honest. I'm emotionally scarred, it ain't even your fault. But don't listen to them haters tryna feel what's up.
Make some noise one more time for the baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Los Angeles is our home. We fucking love you.
A lazy rain am I. The skies refuse to cry. Cremation takes its piece of your supply. The night is dressed like noon. A sailor spoke too soon. In China's on the dark side of philosophers argue the secret life of ruin. A
I drive on the street 'cause she's my companion. I walk through the hills 'cause she knows who I am. She sees my good deeds and she kisses you winded. I never worry now that you're alive. Well, I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to believe that there's nobody out there. Hard to believe that I'm all alone. At least I have heard of the city she loves me. Lonely as I am, together we cry. Well, I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. I don't ever wanna feel like I did that day. Take me to the place I love. Take me all the way. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, now, yeah, yeah. Love me, I got them all around and then I get another trip Here's where I drew some blood. Like could not get enough. Forgot about my love. Why give my life away? Thank you for showing up, LA. Tomorrow and the day after, too.